Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales. Tonight, you drift into a world where the halls of kings are silent, yet alive with secrets. In this story, you will wander through palaces where mirrors are more than mere glass. They are windows to hidden truths, ancient fears, and quiet mysteries that have lingered for centuries. The palace of King Solarian rose above the misty valley like a sleeping giant. Its towers glimmered faintly in the first touch of moonlight, and the walls, carved from white marble, shimmered with the soft luminescence of hidden crystals embedded long ago. Few dared enter the royal wing after nightfall, for within its corridors lay chambers that held whispers of old magic and silent authority. Among them, one room was more feared than any other, the Hall of Reflections. No one knew who had first brought the mirrors into the palace, though some whispered it was a gift from a distant kingdom, crafted by sorcerers who claimed glass could capture a soul's essence. The mirrors were enormous, framed in gilded wood, etched with intricate patterns, some so fine that only the keenest eye could trace their stories. And it was said that those who lingered too long before them would see not their own face, but fragments of hidden desires, regrets, and futures that had yet to come. King Solarian approached the largest mirror in the hall, his footsteps quiet against the polished marble. His robes trailed softly, brushing the floor with a whispering sound. The mirror's surface gleamed as though it were liquid, reflecting the moonlight in waves that seemed almost alive. As he gazed, Solarian felt a stirring, subtle at first, like a faint heartbeat behind the glass. It was the mirror acknowledging him, recognizing the weight of his rule, and perhaps teasing the secrets it held. A flicker of movement drew his shadow, delicate and fleeting, appearing just behind his reflection. He turned, yet the hall was empty. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something older, richer, a scent he could not name. Legend had it that ancient kings had shunned mirrors for precisely this reason. The glass revealed not what one wished to see, but what one feared might be true. Some saw enemies they had never met, whispers of treachery carried in silver light. Others glimpsed themselves, aged or broken, weighed down by choices yet to be made. Solarian studied the mirror, leaning closer. Within the gilded frame, faint etchings caught the moonlight tiny depictions of kings kneeling before glowing figures, their heads bowed, hands outstretched. One figure seemed different from the rest, its face veiled yet commanding, and for a moment the king felt as if it were staring straight at him, measuring, judging, waiting. The sensation was at once chilling and captivating. A quiet breeze drifted through the open windows, stirring the curtains and carrying the faintest whisper of wind chimes from the garden below. The palace exhaled a slow, timeless breath. Solarian stepped back, feeling both awe and a strange peace, as though the mirror were not a threat, but a companion in silence, a keeper of secrets too profound to speak aloud. The king left the hall at last, his reflection lingering a fraction longer in the silver glass. Behind him, the mirror waited patient, eternal, and aware of the stories it had already claimed, and those it had yet to reveal. The following night, the palace seemed even quieter, draped in a velvet darkness that softened the edges of every corridor. Candles flickered along the high archways, their flames casting long, dancing shadows across tapestries depicting battles and royal ceremonies of bygone eras. Among these silent corridors lay a smaller chamber, almost hidden behind a narrow spiral staircase known to only a few as the Mirror of Forgotten Kings. Unlike the grand mirror in the Hall of Reflections, this one was modest in size, but ancient beyond reckoning. Its frame was blackened wood, worn smooth with time, yet etched with tiny sigils that glimmered faintly when touched by candlelight. Legends spoke that it had belonged to kings whose reigns were so brief or so tragic that history had nearly forgotten them. Yet within the mirror their echoes remained, waiting for those who dared to look. King Solarian had not intended to visit this chamber. He wandered the palace, restless despite the still night, following a faint glimmer at the top of the spiral staircase, almost like a whisper guiding him. When he entered the chamber, the mirror's surface shimmered as though it were not reflecting light, but absorbing it. For a moment, Solarian saw nothing but a haze. Then, slowly, shapes emerged, faces of kings long gone, their expressions solemn, some pleading, some defiant. Their eyes seemed to follow him as he stepped closer, as if measuring his intentions. Weighing his heart, the air was heavy with the scent of old wood and faint smoke, like the aftermath of countless candles burned over centuries. Solarian noticed that some reflections moved independently, gestures repeating endlessly, one king bowing, another staring into the distance with silent grief. Though the chamber was still, a quiet hum filled the room, vibrating softly beneath his feet. It was the mirror's presence, alive with the memories of those who had feared it, trusted it, or been undone by it. He touched the surface gently. The mirror was unnaturally cool, sending a shiver through his fingers. In its depths, he glimpsed a king holding a crown that glowed faintly. Yet, as he reached closer, the image dissolved into mist, leaving only the cold reflection of his own hands. A quiet fascination gripped him, compelling him to linger. Could this mirror, he wondered, reveal not only the past, but choices yet to come? Or would it only reflect fears he did not wish to confront? For hours, he observed, noting each subtle movement, each fleeting shadow. It seemed the mirror responded to his gaze, shifting scenes just as his thoughts drifted from curiosity to caution. Through the window, moonlight spilled into the chamber, casting silvery streaks across the floor and bathing the reflections in an otherworldly glow. Solarian realized the mirror was not a mere object, but a vessel, a keeper of forgotten wisdom, a silent chronicler of kings who had passed and those who would follow. Finally, he stepped back, feeling a quiet reverence and subtle unease. The chamber remained still, the mirror's figures frozen once again, yet their presence lingered in the corners of his mind. The mirror of forgotten kings had shown him that even the strongest ruler is never free from history's gaze. And as he descended the spiral staircase, the palace seemed to exhale softly, the quiet hum of the mirror fading into the calm night, leaving Solarian with a sense of awe, curiosity, and a lingering mystery that would accompany him into sleep. A few nights later, King Solarian wandered deeper into the palace than he had ever ventured. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of aged stone and wild herbs that grew in the hidden gardens beyond. Candles flickered along narrow corridors, illuminating carvings of battles, coronations, and royal ceremonies, each telling stories of ambition, courage, and betrayal. Among these passages lay a place that few courtiers even whispered about: the Hall of Shattered Reflections. Unlike the mirrors Solarian had encountered before, this hall was lined with countless fragments of glass, each embedded into walls of polished obsidian. The shards reflected light in jagged patterns, creating illusions that shifted as one moved. Legends claimed that these fragments had once been a single, enormous mirror, broken in a night of royal tragedy so long ago that its tale had blurred with myth. Some believed the shattered glass retained pieces of souls from kings and queens who had gazed too long and lost themselves in its reflections. Solarian stepped into the hall slowly, his sandals clicking softly on the polished floor. Every movement shifted the patterns of light, and the shards seemed to echo his thoughts. A king kneeling in one fragment, a queen raising her hand in another, their gestures frozen yet full of life. He realized that each piece contained a moment, captured and eternal, yet fragmented. It was as if the hall itself had stored memories, preserving the echoes of the past while hinting at possibilities yet to unfold. As he moved further, a faint, melodic hum reached his ears, though the hall was otherwise silent. The reflections seemed to pulse with rhythm, moving subtly, aligning and misaligning in an almost hypnotic dance. One fragment caught his gaze, a scene of a king holding a jeweled dagger, staring into his own eyes as if confronting a truth too terrible to face. Solarian felt a chill, a mix of fascination and fear. The shards did not merely reflect appearances. They captured essence, choices, regrets, and hidden desires. He walked carefully, noting how each step transformed the hall. Reflections merged, split, and overlapped, creating visions that were at once terrifying and mesmerizing. In one corner, he saw himself multiplied, dozens of Solarians performing countless actions simultaneously, ruling, resting, laughing, grieving. The hall revealed not only the past, but the infinite ways in which time and choice intertwine, each fragment a possibility, each reflection a path untraveled. The king paused at the center of the hall, where a single shard protruded from the wall, larger than the rest. Its surface shimmered with a soft golden light, different from the cold silver of the other fragments. As he gazed, the shard seemed to beckon him, showing a vision of a distant palace chamber he had never visited, bathed in moonlight, filled with whispers he could almost hear. It was a secret he had not known existed, a hint that the palace itself was alive, aware of his presence, guiding him gently toward hidden knowledge. Solarian withdrew slowly, feeling a strange serenity despite the hall's eerie beauty. The shattered mirrors held countless secrets, each piece a window into the soul, a reminder of the delicate balance between curiosity and caution. And as he stepped back into the quiet corridor, the hall seemed to sigh, a soft rustle of air among the fragments, leaving him with a sense of wonder, calm, and a lingering desire to return. On a night when the wind barely stirred the royal gardens, King Solarian found himself drawn to a secluded wing of the palace he had rarely explored. The corridors were narrower here, lined with dark stone, and the air carried a faint hint of sandalwood mixed with the lingering aroma of night-blooming jasmine. At the far end, behind a heavy oak door, lay a mirror unlike any Solarian had seen before, a mirror that courtiers whispered about in hushed tones as the mirror of whispers. Its frame was slender but intricately carved, depicting intertwining vines, exotic birds, and mysterious symbols that seemed to shift when not directly observed. Legends said the mirror held the echoes of every secret spoken in its presence, absorbing whispered words, plotting thoughts, and hidden fears. Those who dared linger too long often reported hearing faint murmurs, as if the mirror itself repeated the secrets back to them in the softest voices. Almost too quiet to discern, Solarian approached cautiously, feeling the cool marble beneath his feet. The room was dark, except for a single candle flickering on a small pedestal, casting shadows that danced across the walls. As he peered into the mirror, he saw not only his reflection, but the faint outlines of figures moving just behind him, their faces obscured, their movements deliberate yet silent. He could hear almost imperceptible murmurs, a low hum that seemed to respond to his thoughts. At first, the whispers were indistinct soft syllables that danced at the edge of perception. Then, slowly, phrases emerged, almost as if the mirror were forming sentences in a language that his mind instinctively understood. Warnings, guidance, faint echoes of counsels long past, and secrets buried beneath layers of time. Each whisper felt personal, tailored to his own thoughts, as though the mirror could see his curiosity, his doubts, and his cautious ambitions. A shadow flickered across the surfacer, figure kneeling with hands clasped, head bowed. Solarian leaned closer. The mirror shimmered faintly, and for a moment he could see entire conversations unfold within its surface, voices barely audible, gestures of kings and queens long gone. He realized that the mirror was not simply reflecting, but remembering. It held stories no scholar could record, memories no scribe could write, and guidance no advisor could give. Solarian's heart remained steady, though a shiver of awe ran through him. He understood now why kings feared mirrors. They were portals not only to the self, but to the unseen. The mirror of whispers offered knowledge, but it required attentiveness, patience, and respect. One could listen, learn, and drift into understanding, or linger too long and lose clarity among the swirling voices of the past. As the candlelight flickered and shadows deepened, Solarian stepped back, feeling a calm awareness settle within him. The mirror's whispers faded, leaving only the soft rustle of the palace walls. The secrets remained, patient and eternal, waiting for another soul to approach with courage, curiosity, and reverence. The king left the chamber quietly, carrying the subtle hum of whispers with him, a gentle reminder of the palace's enduring mysteries. The palace was quieter than ever. The corridors bathed in silver moonlight that filtered through narrow, arched windows. Tonight, King Solarian wandered through a wing that even seasoned courtiers seldom entered. The air smelled faintly of damp stone and crushed herbs, the subtle scent of the secret gardens beyond carrying softly through small gaps in the walls. At the far end of the hall, he discovered a door carved with strange patterns he had never noticed before. Behind this door lay the mirror of hidden doors, a mirror unlike any he had encountered. Its frame was dark bronze, decorated with miniature doors, windows, and archways in delicate relief. Small engravings of keys and locks were scattered along its edges, so fine that the patterns seemed almost alive. It was said that this mirror revealed passages that no one could see, doors to secret chambers and hidden corridors within the palace, known only to the mirror and those brave enough to observe it. Solarian approached cautiously, the echo of his steps muted by a thick, worn carpet. The mirror's surface was polished to perfection, reflecting not only his image, but faint outlines of doors and corridors that did not exist in the hall itself. As he leaned closer, a shadow moved behind his reflection in archway, materializing for a moment, then vanishing. The mirror seemed to pulse softly, as if breathing, inviting him to explore the unseen. Curiosity overcame caution. He reached out a hand, almost touching the surface, and the reflection of a corridor shifted, revealing a door he had never noticed in the palace. It glimmered faintly in the reflection, intricate carvings, forming patterns of light and shadow. Solarian knew instinctively that this was no ordinary vision, showing paths hidden even to those who had built the palace centuries ago. With a slow step, he traced the path in the reflection. Every movement caused new doors and passages to appear within the glass, each one filled with faint, whispering echoes of those who had once passed through them. He glimpsed chambers filled with forgotten treasures, scrolls covered in cryptic writing, and statues whose eyes seemed to follow him with silent intensity. The mirror was not just a reflection. It was a map of secrets, a keeper of hidden truths. Solarian withdrew, aware of the weight of what he had seen. The mirror's power was subtle, yet profound. It could reveal wonders, but only to those willing to approach with careful reverence. He realized that many kings had feared mirrors, not because of vanity or superstition, but because they could expose truths too delicate or dangerous for mortal minds. As he left the chamber, the faint gleam of the mirror lingered in his vision, like a promise waiting to be explored once more. The corridors of the palace seemed alive with hidden possibilities, and Solarian felt a calm excitement, a gentle thrill, knowing that the mirrors were more than objects. They were guides, guardians of secrets, and companions for those willing to see beyond the ordinary. On a night when the palace seemed suspended in absolute stillness, King Solarian found himself drawn to the council wing, a part of the palace where the voices of advisors and ministers had once echoed, now empty except for memories of whispered debates and quiet plotting. At the far end of this wing, behind a faded tapestry depicting a coronation, he discovered a small, oval mirror framed in blackened silver, the mirror of silent counsel, unlike the grand mirrors he had seen before. This one was unassuming, yet legends spoke of its power to reveal advice and warnings that no living counselor could give. It was said that kings who gazed upon it could hear the unspoken thoughts of their ancestors, feel the guidance of those who had ruled before, and glimpse solutions to dilemmas they had not yet faced. But the mirror demanded stillness and patience. It would not speak to the impatient or the anxious, Solarian approached quietly, the hush of the hall amplifying the faint creak of his sandals. As he looked into the mirror, his own reflection shimmered, then shifted subtly, showing a faint image of a previous king seated at a council table, hands clasped in contemplation. Though centuries apart, the figure's posture conveyed wisdom, restraint, and a deep understanding of the burdens of leadership. A soft hum filled the room, almost imperceptible, like the gentle vibration of a harp string. Solarian realized that the mirror was listening, responding to his thoughts. It revealed not only the image of past rulers, but the decisions they had wrestled with, the strategies they had debated, and the quiet lessons they had learned. In the reflective glass, he could see choices that had been made with caution, courage, or folly, and he felt a subtle thrill, a sense of connection that spanned centuries. The mirror's power was patient. At first, the visions were fleeting, a hand raised, a glance exchanged between ministers, the subtle nod of approval or disapproval. But as Solarian focused, the images became more distinct, showing entire council sessions frozen in time, offering insight and guidance without a single spoken word. He realized that mirrors were not only keepers of secrets, but mentors in silence, offering wisdom to those who could truly perceive it. Solarian leaned closer, noticing a small detail, a golden ring worn by one of the past kings, intricately carved with symbols of justice and vigilance. The mirror emphasized this object, highlighting the importance of careful thought, measured actions, and the weight of decisions made in solitude. He understood that a king's greatest challenges were often unseen, occurring not in battle, but in moments of quiet reflection, and that the mirror preserved the echoes of such moments for those willing to learn. When Solarian finally stepped back, the hall was still once more. The mirror's surface returned to normal, reflecting only the present moment. Yet the lessons it had imparted lingered in his mind, gentle as the whisper of a breeze through palace gardens. The mirror of silent counsel had shared its knowledge without demand, leaving the king with a profound sense of calm understanding and the subtle thrill of secrets revealed in silence. That night, the palace seemed to breathe with a quiet, almost imperceptible rhythm. The moon hung low, casting silver streaks across the marble floors, and distant towers glimmered faintly in the gentle night mist. King Solarian wandered through a part of the palace he had rarely explored, the western wing. Abandoned for decades, its corridors narrow and lined with faded tapestries depicting hunts, ceremonies, and long-forgotten feasts. At the far end of the hall, a slender, tall mirror stood alone against the wall. Its frame was wrought iron, dark and twisted, adorned with intricate motifs of twisting vines and small hidden creatures whose eyes seemed to gleam faintly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of shifting shadows, a relic said to hold fragments of all who had ever passed before it, echoing not only their forms, but their unspoken intentions, fleeting thoughts, and subtle fears. Solarian approached slowly, the quiet sound of his sandals muted against the stone floor. The mirror's surface shimmered faintly, not with reflected light. As he looked, he noticed the reflections were not fixed. A servant's hand brushing a table in one shard, a knight adjusting armor in another, all subtly distorted, yet eerily familiar. The shadows shifted independently of the real world, moving in ways the eye could scarcely follow. Legends whispered that those who lingered too long before the mirror of shifting shadows could glimpse secrets not meant to be, shine betrayals hidden behind loyal faces, desires kept hidden even from oneself, the quiet tremors of ambition lying dormant for decades. Solarian's pulse remained steady, but he felt a quiet tension in the room, a delicate thrill that whispered through the air like a gentle breeze stirring the tapestries. He focused on one particular shadow, figure bowing before a throne, unseen in the palace at that hour. The figure's movements were deliberate, almost ritualistic, and as Solarian watched, he realized it was a memory of a king from centuries past, preparing for a secret council that had shaped the course of the kingdom. The mirror was not merely reflecting, it was preserving these echoes, allowing him to witness moments never written down, never spoken aloud. As he moved, the shadows shifted again, merging, splitting, and overlapping. Solarian saw patterns of loyalty and betrayal, of courage and caution, silently playing out across the mirrored surface. Each shadow told a story, subtle yet profound, revealing the intricate dance of court politics, hidden fears, and unspoken alliances. The mirror was a library of souls, yet its pages were written in the language of light, shadow, and subtle motion, readable only by those who paused long enough to truly see. Finally, he stepped back, the shadows settling into stillness. The mirror of shifting shadows had shared its secrets without judgment, revealing the quiet truths that shaped the palace across centuries. As he left the hall, Solarian felt a gentle calm, an awareness that even in silence and darkness, the palace held guidance, stories, and lessons, waiting for those who observed patiently. The night seemed to hum softly in response, carrying the weight of shadows into the quiet corridors. The palace had settled into a deep, hushed stillness, the kind that made every creak of stone and whisper of air feel amplified. King Solarian moved through a secluded wing he had not explored before, where the corridors were lined with black marble that absorbed the glow of torchlight, giving the hall an almost infinite depth. At the end of the passage, he discovered a doorway partially concealed by an ornate velvet drape. Behind it stood the mirror of eternal night. Unlike any mirror he had seen, this one was vast. Its frame carved from dark obsidian, studded with tiny gems that reflected faint, distant points of light, like stars trapped in stone. The legends surrounding it were chilling. It was said that the mirror could trap moments of darkness from the lives of kings and queens, moments of despair, doubt, and fear, preserving them in a silent eternity. Those who gazed too long risked becoming lost in its shadowed depths, yet the knowledge it held was irresistible to the curious and cautious alike. Solarian approached, feeling a subtle chill in the air. As he gazed into the glass, he did not see his own reflection at first. Instead, he saw a sky of stars, dense and impossibly vast, shifting slowly as if moving across centuries. Within the constellations, he glimpsed faint scenes, a king weeping alone in a deserted hall, a queen pacing in silent contemplation, a council torn by betrayal and whispered plots. These were the shadows of night, captured and immortalized, revealing the secret vulnerabilities of rulers long gone. The mirror hummed faintly, a soft vibration against the silence of the palace, and Solarian realized that it responded to his attention. As he focused, the images shifted. A young prince standing before a sealed chest, unsure of whether to open it. A king staring at a crown too heavy for his head, weighing the cost of power. Each moment was frozen yet fluid, a tapestry of unspoken truths, fears, and decisions that had shaped the course of the kingdom. Solarian's heartbeat remained calm, but his mind felt alert, drawn into the slow, hypnotic unfolding of these hidden stories. He understood why kings had feared such mirrors. They revealed not outward appearance, but inward truth, exposing the delicate private threads that bound rulers to their destinies. Yet the mirror offered a gift, as well a chance to witness, to learn, and to navigate the silent currents of human ambition and vulnerability. A faint breeze drifted through the chamber, carrying the soft scent of midnight blooms from the palace gardens. The mirror shimmered, revealing one final scene, a king kneeling beneath a lone torch, whispering a secret vow to the stars. Solarian felt a profound calm wash over him, a gentle reminder that even in moments of darkness, there is guidance, patience, and quiet wisdom. Stepping back, he left the chamber, the mirror of eternal night standing silently behind him. The obsidian surface shimmered faintly, as if acknowledging his departure, keeping its shadows and secrets safe until another king or curious soul ventured near. The palace seemed to breathe with a soft, nocturnal rhythm, carrying the memory of its mirrors through the corridors, whispering their silent lessons into the still night. The palace was wrapped in an unusual quiet that night, as if even the walls themselves were holding their breath. King Solarian wandered toward a wing long abandoned, where thick shadows pooled in corners, and the torches' flames seemed to hesitate before touching the walls. At the very end of this hall, hidden behind a tapestry depicting a forgotten coronation, stood the Mirror of Veiled Memories, an artifact shrouded in legend and mystery. Its frame was delicate silver, etched with swirling motifs that resembled wind-blown leaves and drifting smoke. The mirror's surface shimmered faintly, never fully still, as though it were alive and breathing. Local whispers claimed that it could capture and preserve memories that its beholder had forgotten, moments buried deep in the mind or hidden behind layers of fear. Some kings had used it to recall lost decisions, others to confront moments they had long denied, though not all emerged unshaken from its gaze. Solarian approached slowly, his footsteps softened by the thick rug that covered the marble floor. The mirror reflected his figure, yet as he stared longer, the edges of the glass seemed to ripple, revealing faint images of places and people he did not immediately recognize. Shadows of a long-forgotten festival flickered in one corner. In another, a quiet garden appeared, though it did not exist within the palace he knew. Each vision was delicate, ephemeral, yet undeniably vivid, like a memory hovering just out of reach. As he leaned closer, the mirror revealed more than places. He glimpsed faint, hazy images of his own past decisions, moments he had forgotten, overlooked, or chosen to ignore. A council meeting where a subtle suggestion had shifted the fate of the kingdom. A silent disagreement with a trusted advisor that had long left no mark in the palace records. And even a fleeting glance he had exchanged with a stranger who would shape events decades later. The mirror offered understanding of choices he had not realized had weighed upon him, an insight into consequences he had not yet considered. The air in the chamber felt warmer now, carrying a faint scent of aged parchment and dried herbs. Solarian realized that the mirror was patient. It did not judge, nor did it demand attention. It simply offered reflection of the self and of moments long buried, hidden from the casual eye, but forever preserved in silvered glass. Each memory shimmered for a few heartbeats before dissolving, leaving him with a profound calm and a quiet awe at the depth of what had been preserved. He stepped back, the mirror's surface once again smooth and still, reflecting only the present moment. Yet the faint echoes of veiled memories lingered, weaving themselves gently into his thoughts, reminding him that even kings are shaped as much by unseen moments as by public triumphs. As Solarian exited the chamber, the palace seemed to exhale a soft sigh, carrying the quiet knowledge of the mirror's secrets into the still night. The palace seemed suspended in a gentle stillness that night, as if the air itself had softened to allow secrets to breathe. King Solarian wandered through a corridor rarely crossed by anyone, where the walls were draped in dark velvet, embroidered with faint golden patterns depicting kings and queens long forgotten. At the end of this quiet passage, behind a door of black oak, stood the mirror of vanishing voices, a mirror steeped in whispers and legend. Unlike any he had encountered, its frame was carved from deep mahogany, twisted with intricate patterns of spiraling leaves and silent figures whose faces were barely visible, as if frozen mid-whisper. The surface of the glass was darker than ordinary mirrors, reflecting light in soft pools that seemed almost liquid. Legends claimed the mirror could capture not just images, but sounds, the voices of those who had once spoken in its presence, preserved indefinitely yet unheard unless one knew how to listen. Solarian approached cautiously, the quiet click of his sandals echoing softly against the polished stone. At first, the mirror reflected only his own figure, tall and steady, framed by the dim glow of flickering torches. Then, almost imperceptibly, faint murmurs began to emerge, like distant echoes carried on the wind. Words in languages long forgotten, discussions of matters of state, confidences shared between rulers and advisors. Zal lingered beneath the surface of the glass. He leaned closer, listening with rapt attention. The voices did not speak clearly. They were fragments, fleeting and fragmented, yet their intent and emotion were unmistakable. A queen pleading for mercy, a young prince debating strategy, an elder king offering counsel in hushed tones. The mirror held these voices, capturing moments of decision, hesitation, and resolve, freezing them in a quiet eternity. The air in the chamber seemed charged yet calm, carrying the faint scent of ink, old parchment, and polished wood. Solarian felt a gentle thrill of awe and curiosity, realizing that the mirror was more than a reflective surface. It was a vault of history, a guardian of whispers that no chronicler had recorded. The voices, while silent to others, spoke to him, guiding his understanding of the palace's past, the weight of choices made, and the unseen consequences of each act of leadership. As he traced the intricate patterns on the mirror's frame, he saw his own reflection begin to shift subtly, merging with echoes of past rulers. He felt the quiet resonance of decisions made centuries ago, the careful balance of wisdom and caution that every king had to navigate. The mirror was patient, revealing only as much as he could absorb, ensuring that knowledge came slowly, gently, like a soft tide washing over the shore. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the chamber in tranquil silence. The mirror of vanishing voices remained quiet and eternal, keeping its secrets safe for those who would come after, preserving the echoes of kings, queens, and counselors in the depths of its darkened glass. And as he walked down the corridor, the palace itself seemed to hum softly, carrying with it the whispers of 1,000 silent voices, guiding him into the calm night. The palace corridors stretched in hushed silence, the walls softened by moonlight streaming through narrow windows. King Solarian moved through a secluded wing rarely crossed by courtiers, where shadows pooled in corners, and the scent of ancient stone mixed with faint traces of night-blooming flowers drifting from the gardens beyond. At the far end, a tall, slender mirror rested against a carved wooden wallet's frame, delicate yet adorned with tiny etchings of mountains, rivers, and distant horizons. This was the mirror of hidden horizons, said to reveal places and possibilities that existed beyond the ordinary sight of kings and mortals alike. Solarian approached cautiously, the soft rustle of his robes echoing quietly. The mirror's surface shimmered in a way that was almost liquid, reflecting not just the room, but faint glimpses of landscapes he had never seen, misty valleys stretching endlessly, distant cities glowing faintly in twilight, and forests that seemed to hum with life. As he studied the glass, he noticed that these vistas shifted with his focus, revealing new paths, hidden valleys, and rivers that wound into unknown lands. The legend spoke of kings who had gazed too long into the mirror and discovered visions of territories their ancestors had never explored. Some were warnings, others guides, and a few showed places that might exist only if certain choices were made in the present. The mirror's power was subtle, yet profound. It teased the mind, inviting the observer to imagine wonder and reflect on the unseen possibilities that lay just beyond the horizon. As Solarian leaned closer, the mirror revealed more than landscapes. He glimpsed faint scenes of royal caravans moving silently along hidden paths, emissaries negotiating in distant courts and distant towers where candles flickered in rooms he had never known existed. It was as though the mirror captured the palace itself, expanding it infinitely, stretching its influence into places unseen, unknown, yet deeply intertwined with the kingdom's fate. He felt a gentle thrill of curiosity and awe. The mirror of hidden horizons did not speak, yet its visions communicated volumes, possibilities, warnings, and quiet guidance for a king who understood the value of patience and reflection. Each shift of the landscapes revealed new lessons, reminding Solarian that the world and the choices within it was far larger and more intricate than any single ruler could comprehend. Finally, he stepped back, allowing the mirror to settle into stillness. The images remained faintly in his mind, like the last traces of a dream, offering inspiration and gentle wisdom. As he left the chamber, the palace seemed to sigh softly, carrying the promise of horizons yet to be discovered, secrets yet to be unveiled, and a world that stretched beyond the known, waiting for those brave enough to imagine it. That night, the palace was wrapped in a deep, almost tangible silence. Moonlight spilled across the polished floors of the eastern wing, painting long, gentle shadows along the walls. King Solarian wandered into a corridor seldom visited, where faded tapestries depicted ceremonies and fleeting moments of kings long past. At the end of this quiet hall stood a peculiar mirror, framed in pale silver, engraved with delicate hourglasses and flowing sands. This was the mirror of time's veil, whispered among courtiers as a relic capable of revealing moments suspended between past, present, and future. Solarian stepped closer, his heart calm but attentive. The mirror's surface shimmered, as if ripples of time moved beneath the glass. At first, he saw only his reflection, steady and composed, but soon faint images began to appear behind him, moments from his own life, both recent and distant, unfolding silently. A council meeting from years before, now forgotten, a quiet walk through the palace gardens in his youth. Decisions made and paths chosen. Each scene played without sound, yet their essence resonated in the air, filling the chamber with subtle emotion. The legend claimed that the mirror also showed possibilities, not merely what had been, but what could be. As Solarian focused, the glass shifted, revealing fleeting glimpses of choices yet to come. A treaty negotiated with subtle caution, an ally's hidden loyalty, a decision that might shape the kingdom decades from now. The visions were delicate and ever-changing, never fixed, like the sands of an hourglass, reminding him that time itself was fluid, and the actions of the present could ripple endlessly into the future. He felt a gentle hum in the air, a vibration that seemed to echo through both space and mind. In the reflection, he saw subtle warnings, decisions made in haste, whispers overlooked, secrets left unheeded. But alongside them, there were hints of hope, moments of quiet courage, opportunities for reconciliation, choices that could lead to peace or prosperity. The mirror did not dictate action. It offered insight, guiding those willing to observe with patience and care. Solarian studied the intricate engravings on the frame, noticing the delicate flow of sands through tiny hourglasses carved into the silver. The mirror seemed to pulse in rhythm with the quiet passage of time itself, reminding him of the impermanence of moments and the importance of reflection. For hours he remained there, captivated by the dance of past and future intertwined, feeling both grounded in the present and lifted by the vastness of possibility. Finally, he stepped back, leaving the mirror of time's veil to its silent vigil. The corridor was calm, bathed in gentle moonlight, and Solarian felt a sense of serenity and quiet clarity. Time had shown him its secrets, not to alarm, but to guide, to remind him that patience, awareness, and reflection were as essential to a king as courage and wisdom. As he walked away, the palace seemed to breathe softly, carrying the echoes of moments past and future into the calm night. The palace seemed to hold its breath that night, the corridors silent except for the faint rustle of moonlight. King Solarian wandered into a wing he had seldom explored, where the air smelled faintly of aged wood and waxed stone. At the end of the hall, partially concealed by a tapestry depicting a long-forgotten coronation, he discovered the mirror of forgotten echoes, a mirror whispered about in hushed tales, said to capture the echoes of moments people wished they could forget. Its frame was wrought iron, twisted and intricate, decorated with patterns of swirling mists and faintly etched faces that seemed to fade in and out as one looked closer. The mirror's surface was unusually dark, reflecting not only the present but faint, flickering glimpses of past regrets, lost hopes, and abandoned ambitions. Legends warned that those who gazed too long might see themselves reflected in choices they had yet to confront, or hear the quiet echoes of voices they had tried to forget. Solarian approached, the soft padding of his sandals echoing faintly. At first, he saw only his reflection, tall and composed, but as he focused, the shadows shifted, revealing a fleeting image of a servant's hidden sorrow, a knight's secret loyalty, and the quiet despair of a forgotten queen. Each echo was subtle yet poignant, a whisper of the past preserved in the silvered glass. The mirror seemed to hum gently, resonating with the unspoken moments it had captured, creating an almost meditative rhythm that filled the room. He leaned closer, noticing a reflection of himself in a choice he had long avoided, one that had weighed on his mind but never been faced. The mirror did not judge. It merely held the moment, letting him witness it fully, offering insight into the delicate threads that connected action, consequence, and emotion. Around him, other echoes danced faintly, weaving a tapestry of forgotten moments that stretched beyond his comprehension, yet felt intimately familiar. The chamber felt alive, yet calm, as though the mirror itself exhaled with each flicker of its surface. Solarian realized that it was a teacher as much as it was a mirror. It revealed not only what had been forgotten, but what could be understood, accepted, or reconciled. Each echo left him with a gentle clarity, a quiet sense of resolution, and a profound awareness of the delicate balance between memory, action, and choice. Finally, he stepped back, leaving the mirror of forgotten echoes in serene stillness. The corridor was calm, the faint scent of wax and old wood lingering. Solarian felt a gentle warmth, a soft glow of insight illuminating his mind. The palace itself seemed to hum with quiet approval, carrying the echoes of forgotten moments into the still night, reminding him that even shadows of the past could teach, guide, and soothe. The palace corridors were unusually silent that night. The faint glow of moonlight spilling across the marble floors, casting long, gentle shadows along the walls. King Solarian wandered into an unfamiliar wing, where the air was cool and carried a faint scent of lavender and aged stone. At the end of this quiet passage stood the mirror of whispering paths, a slender, tall mirror framed with delicately carved silver vines that seemed to twist and turn endlessly, as if leading the eye toward countless directions. Legends told that the mirror did not merely reflect the present. It revealed paths not yet taken, choices waiting in the wings, and the subtle consequences of decisions still to come. Some who dared linger too long claimed to hear faint whispers guiding them, not commanding, but suggesting possibilities hidden from ordinary sight. Solarian approached cautiously, the soft padding of his steps echoing faintly. At first, the mirror reflected only his tall, composed figure, but as he gazed longer, faint trails of light appeared in the glass-like roads, stretching into the distance, winding through shadowed forests, misty valleys, and sunlit hills. Each path seemed alive, pulsing gently as though anticipating a traveler. He noticed that each trail was unique, shifting subtly with his focus. One led through a quiet garden bathed in moonlight, where whispers of past advisors could be heard in the rustling of leaves. Another traced a corridor lined with closed doors, suggesting choices yet to be made within the palace itself. A third path appeared fleetingly, like a shimmer on water, hinting at distant lands and kingdoms far beyond the walls he had always known. The air in the chamber seemed charged with a soft energy, calm yet invigorating. Solarian realized that the mirror of whispering paths was not merely a reflection, it was a guide. The paths it revealed were never fixed. They changed depending on intention, focus, and awareness. A king who watched with patience might see opportunities, hidden alliances, or cautions, all encoded within the subtle dance of light and shadow. He leaned closer, following a single trail that shimmered brighter than the rest. The path led him through a memory of a secret corridor he had never noticed, past rooms filled with documents long forgotten, until the trail dissolved into a soft golden glow. Solarian felt a quiet thrill, a gentle sense of discovery, and the realization that even in a palace as familiar as his own, wonders and secrets lay waiting for those who observed carefully. He stepped back, the mirror settling into stillness. The shimmering paths faded, leaving only his reflection in serene calm. As Solarian exited the chamber, the palace seemed to exhale softly, carrying with it the quiet knowledge that guidance often comes not in commands, but in subtle whispers along paths that revealed themselves only to those patient enough to look. The palace that night was draped in an extraordinary stillness, as if even the wind had decided to pause. King Solarian moved quietly through a forgotten gallery on the upper eastern wing, where dust-laden tapestries depicted kings and queens under starry skies, each embroidered with shimmering threads that caught the faint moonlight. At the far end of the gallery stood a mirror, unlike any he had seen before. Its frame was polished obsidian, dotted with tiny inlaid crystals that glimmered faintly, like distant stars trapped in stone. This was the mirror of silent stars, whispered in legend to capture not only reflections but the unspoken desires, fears, and destinies of those who gazed upon it. Solarian approached slowly, feeling the soft echo of his footsteps against the polished marble floor. The mirror's surface shimmered subtly, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. At first, he saw only his reflection, tall, composed, regal. But as he lingered, the reflection shifted, revealing the faint outline of stars scattered across an infinite sky, their soft glow bathing the chamber in a serene, almost otherworldly light. Within these celestial patterns, he saw flickering visions, moments from his own life, carefully woven with echoes of the past rulers of his bloodline. A distant whisper seemed to brush at his consciousness, though no voice came from the mirror. It was as if the stars themselves were speaking, telling him of choices yet to be made, paths that had been walked in secrecy, and futures that could bloom or wither, depending on the wisdom of a single decision. Each star in the mirror's reflection held a memory, a secret, a possibility. Solarian realized that the mirror did not merely reflect the self, it revealed the interconnectedness of actions, intentions, and consequences across generations. He stepped closer, noticing constellations that seemed oddly familiar. One traced the moment of his coronation, yet it shimmered with subtle variations. hinting at choices he could have taken but did not. Another formed a delicate arc over the shadowed figure of a queen from a century ago, her expression mournful yet determined, suggesting stories of courage and compromise long forgotten by the palace historians. Each vision moved slowly, imperceptibly, yet carried the weight of silent wisdom. As Solarian gazed deeper, he saw entire scenes unfold within the stars, secret negotiations conducted in candlelit chambers, quiet councils where lives and kingdoms hung in delicate balance, and fleeting moments of human vulnerability hidden behind masks of royal composure. The mirror did not judge. It merely allowed observation, inviting reflection, understanding, and insight. The palace seemed to hold its breath as Solarian followed the threads of these stellar visions, each one illuminating lessons that could guide him through challenges yet unseen. The air in the chamber grew warmer, carrying a soft scent of jasmine and old parchment, blending past and present in a gentle harmony. Solarian's mind felt calm yet alert, his heart steady but filled with subtle excitement, as if each star's shimmer whispered secrets meant only for him. Time seemed to stretch, moments elongated, and the palace walls faded into the quiet eternity of the mirror's vast celestial reflection. Finally, he stepped back, the stars within the glass settling into a serene, silent glow. The mirror of silent stars remained patient and eternal, preserving its secrets and silent counsel for those willing to observe and reflect. As Solarian left the gallery, the palace seemed to exhale gently, carrying the quiet knowledge of distant stars, hidden histories, and possibilities yet to unfold. The corridors echoed softly, like a lullaby whispered through centuries, preparing the palace and its king for the quiet, introspective journey that lay ahead. The palace corridors stretched endlessly under the pale glow of the moon. King Solarian wandered into a seldom used wing, where the walls were lined with ancient murals depicting voyages, distant lands, and the exploration of kingdoms long forgotten. The scent of aged stone and faint traces of herbs hung in the air, subtle and calming, carrying him deeper into the quietude of the night. At the far end of this wing stood a mirror unlike any he had ever encountered. Its frame was carved from deep mahogany, inlaid with small sapphires and tiny silver engravings of ships, mountains, and winding roads. This was the mirror of whispered horizons, said to reveal paths untaken, choices unconsidered, and horizons beyond the ordinary sight of kings. Feeling the gentle pull of curiosity tugging at him, the mirror's surface shimmered softly, reflecting not only the chamber, but faint glimpses of distant lands shimmering in twilight. He saw valleys cloaked in mist, forests dense and whispering with unseen life, and mountains whose peaks glinted in the glow of an invisible sun. As he lingered, these visions slowly unfolded into subtle narratives, caravans moving through hidden paths, councils held in secret halls, and bridges connecting lands that seemed simultaneously familiar and unknown. The legend of the mirror had always intrigued him. It was said that kings who gazed too long could discover not only hidden lands, but also hidden truths about themselves, the desires and fears that shaped their choices, and the potential consequences of decisions yet to be made. Solarian's heart remained steady, but a gentle thrill of anticipation coursed through him as he realized that the mirror did not merely show places, it revealed possibilities as he traced the winding roads within the glass. He noticed faint figures appearing along the paths. A traveler paused by a lantern, gazing into the distance with unspoken longing. A small group of merchants moved carefully through a forest, wary yet determined. A distant city's towers shimmered faintly, its streets alive with the whispers of unseen lives. Each vision was fluid, unfolding slowly, guiding Solarian's gaze along paths he had never imagined, but that seemed connected to the palace itself. The air in the corridor grew warmer, carrying a hint of sea salt and pine, as if the mirror had drawn in the essence of all the places it reflected. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm and wonder, as if each path within the mirror was offering guidance, teaching patience and inspiring curiosity. The mirror revealed that the kingdom's reach, influence, and understanding extended far beyond its walls, since its hidden lands, forgotten corridors, and subtle choices that shaped the fate of many lives. He leaned closer, following one particularly luminous path. It wound through a forest, then a valley, and eventually disappeared into a golden horizon that shimmered like sunlight on water. The path seemed to beckon him not to walk it physically, but to consider the decisions in his life with care, attention, and foresight. The mirror was teaching patience, reflection, and a gentle awareness of how small choices could ripple across time and space. Finally, Solarian stepped back, the visions fading, leaving only his reflection and the faint shimmer of hidden horizons. The mirror of whispered horizons remained still, patient, and eternal, holding its secrets for those brave enough to observe and curious enough to learn. As he left the chamber, the palace seemed to breathe softly around him, the corridors alive with the silent wisdom of hidden paths and distant possibilities, carrying the quiet promise of adventure and insight into the calm night. The palace seemed to exhale a quiet, almost reverent stillness that night. King Solarian wandered deeper into the northern wing, where the stone walls had darkened with age, and the air was cool, scented faintly of lavender and old wood. Here, amidst tapestries depicting grand ceremonies and long-forgotten alliances, at its center stood the mirror of veiled secrets, a tall, elegant mirror framed in dark bronze, etched with twisting vines and hidden faces, whose eyes seemed to follow him with silent awareness. The mirror's legend was whispered. It was said to reveal truths that were intentionally hidden secrets kept from advisors, while other mirrors reflected the visible world. This one captured the unseen, motives, intentions, and quiet acts that influenced history in subtle but profound ways. Solarian approached cautiously. The surface shimmered gently, and for a moment he saw only his reflection, calm, regal, composed. Then the glass began to shift. Shadows danced along its surface, forming faint images, a counselor whispering advice behind a closed door, a queen's silent plea in the moonlit gardens, a soldier bowing in loyalty while hiding doubts in his heart. The mirror did not judge, merely presented the unseen, the veiled truths that existed alongside the palace's visible grandeur. As he leaned closer, he noticed more subtle details. One shadow revealed a misdelivered message that had influenced a treaty. Another, a hidden alliance that had gone unnoticed for decades. Each vision seemed to pulse with life, delicate and fleeting, yet profound in its impact. Solarian realized that the mirror was teaching him about vigilance, awareness, and the delicate threads of human nature that wove the kingdom's destiny. Every act, spoken or unspoken, left an echo, sometimes visible, often hidden, but all were preserved in the mirror's watchful depths. The air in the chamber felt alive, warm yet gentle, carrying a faint scent of aged parchment and candle wax. Solarian felt a quiet thrill of curiosity, his mind engaged yet calm, as if each vision were a whispered lesson from the past. He observed a king from centuries prior, silent yet deliberate in his choices, a queen negotiating subtly with wisdom unrecorded, and servants whose small, unnoticed acts had rippled across the kingdom in ways history would never tell. Hours seemed to stretch as so, feeling as though the mirror itself was alive, breathing and pulsing with the palace's hidden stories. Each new revelation deepened his understanding of leadership, patience, and the quiet weight of observation. The mirror of veiled secrets offered insight, not through judgment, but through subtle revelation, guiding the mind to see connections, understand intentions, and respect the delicate balance of hidden truths. Finally, he stepped back, allowing the mirror to settle into its serene stillness. The chamber felt profoundly quiet, the weight of secrets resting gently in the air. As Solarian left, he felt a newfound awareness of the palace's hidden currents, of whispers that shaped history, and of the silent guidance that could be found in observation and reflection. The corridors seemed to shimmer faintly in moonlight, alive with stories untold. King Solarian moved carefully through a hallway seldom visited, where the walls were lined with ancient tapestries depicting forgotten feasts, silent councils, and solemn processions. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of old wood. At the end of the corridor, in a small chamber, hidden behind a carved archway, stood a mirror unlike any he had ever seen. Its frame was made of polished silver, etched with elaborate patterns of twisting branches, delicate flowers. This was the mirror of hidden reflections, whispered in legends, as a mirror that revealed not what was visible, but what was concealed intentions, unspoken truths, and the secret reflections of the soul. Solarian approached slowly, feeling a soft pull of curiosity and cautious anticipation. The mirror's surface shimmered gently, reflecting the dim chamber and his own tall, composed figure. Yet, as he focused, subtle images began to emerge within the glass. Shadows moved with quiet purpose, revealing acts and choices hidden from the eyes of ordinary observers. A chamberlain moved silently, delivering a message no one else knew. A queen paused by a candle, contemplating words never spoken aloud. A knight knelt in loyalty, while wrestling with doubt in the privacy of his heart. The mirror revealed these unseen moments with extraordinary clarity, yet without judgment. As Solarian leaned closer, he noticed something remarkable. The mirror seemed to respond to his attention. Certain figures became more defined, while others softened, as if the mirror itself allowed him to navigate the intricate tapestry of hidden events. He saw a decision made decades ago by a long-departed king that had subtly influenced alliances and rivalries, the consequences of which still echoed quietly through the palace corridors. Another reflection revealed a moment of courage by a young servant, unnoticed but pivotal, reminding him that even small, unseen actions could shape the fate of a kingdom. The air in the chamber grew warmer and carried a faint, soothing scent of jasmine and old parchment. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm as he observed the shifting reflections. The mirror offered insight not through instruction, but by allowing him to witness connections, subtle choices, and intentions hidden from ordinary view. It was a gentle reminder that understanding and awareness were often more powerful than commands or proclamations, and that patience in observing the quiet truths of life was a form of wisdom itself. Hours seemed to pass as he traced the intricate silver etchings along the frame. noticing how the delicate branches intertwined like the hidden paths of lives intertwined in secrecy and loyalty. The mirror of hidden reflections was teaching him about perception, empathy, and the importance of attention. Every flicker of movement, every shadowed detail held a lesson about vigilance, leadership, and the subtle interconnections that bound the palace, its inhabitants, and its legacy together. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the chamber in tranquil stillness. The mirror of hidden reflections remained patient and eternal, preserving its hidden truths for those willing to look with curiosity and care. As he walked back down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly around him, carrying the quiet guidance of hidden reflections, whispered lessons, and the gentle knowledge that understanding often lies in what is unseen. The palace corridors were unusually silent that evening, the soft glow of moonlight spilling across the polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered into a secluded wing rarely visited, where the air smelled faintly of aged wood and distant herbs. At the far end of the corridor, behind a heavy curtain embroidered with golden threads depicting forgotten battles and royal ceremonies, stood a mirror that seemed to hum faintly in the still air. Its frame was carved from deep ebony, adorned with shards of silver that caught the light, creating a fractured yet mesmerizing pattern. This was the mirror of shattered silhouettes, whispered about in legends as a mirror that revealed the fractured aspects of one's soul and the hidden consequences of decisions left unexamined. Solarian approached cautiously, sensing the subtle power emanating from the glass. At first, it reflected only his own composed figure. Yet, as he lingered, the surface began to fracture, not physically, but visually. Reflections splintered into countless silhouettes, each showing subtle variations of himself and others in moments of hesitation, doubt, courage, or fear. Each shard of reflection seemed to capture a different path he might have taken, a different choice, a different outcome, revealing not only what was what could have been. The legend claimed that those who stared too long risked being overwhelmed by possibilities. Yet Solarian felt no fear-only fascination and calm curiosity. He saw glimpses of past kings making choices that had shaped entire dynasties, advisors who had whispered crucial secrets behind closed doors, and queens whose quiet wisdom had altered the course of history. Within the fractured silhouettes, each action and intention was laid bare, yet without accusation or judgment. The mirror invited contemplation and understanding, urging the observer to consider the consequences of both seen and unseen choices. As Solarian leaned closer, he noticed a particularly delicate reflection of himself standing before a closed door, the scene frozen yet alive with tension. In another shard, a servant's loyalty shone quietly, a subtle act unnoticed by others, but profoundly shaping events within the palace. The mirror revealed patterns and connections that ordinary eyes could not perceive, offering a deep sense of awareness and understanding. He realized that the palace itself was a web of choices, intentions, and consequences, and the mirror of shattered silhouettes simply illuminated what had always existed quietly beneath the surface. The chamber felt alive, yet calm, as if every shadow and flicker of light was part of the mirror's subtle teaching. Solarian traced the intricate ebony frame with his fingers, noticing the shards of silver that refracted the faint moonlight, multiplying reflections endlessly. Each shard told a story, each shadow carried a lesson, and the mirrored fragments wove together a tapestry of insight that spoke of patience, vigilance, empathy, and quiet wisdom. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror of shattered silhouettes in serene stillness. The fractured reflections remained silent, waiting for the next observer, preserving their secrets and lessons. As he walked away, the palace seemed to pulse softly with the hidden truths of its history, carrying the faint echoes of choices, whispers, and unseen actions into the calm night, inviting reflection and quiet understanding for all who wandered its halls. The palace night was wrapped in an almost sacred stillness. King Solarian moved carefully through a corridor lined with faded tapestries depicting weddings, alliances, and coronations long past. The air was scented faintly with dried roses and aged parchment, carrying a gentle warmth that contrasted with the cool stone beneath his feet. At the far end of this hallway, in a small, secluded chamber, stood a mirror unlike any he had previously encountered. Its frame was crafted from burnished gold, intricately engraved with delicate patterns of intertwined hands, broken chains, and subtle motifs of birds in flight. This was the mirror of forgotten promises, said to hold the echoes of vows, pledges, and commitments made and neglected through the ages. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the soft gleam of the gold frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure, but as he lingered, faint images began to ripple across the glass, delicate as whispers in the night. He saw fleeting visions of promises made in silence, a queen's quiet vow to protect the people, a counselor's oath whispered behind closed doors, a soldier's solemn commitment to duty. Some promises had been kept, others broken, yet the mirror held them all without judgment, capturing the delicate threads that tied hearts, minds, and destinies together. The legend said that those who gazed too long could feel the weight of these unfulfilled promises. But Solarian felt only a gentle pull of curiosity. The mirror revealed not only historical pledges, but also subtleties in human nature: hesitation, courage, fear, hope, all intertwined with the consequences of choice. In one shimmering reflection, he saw himself as a young king, unknowingly letting a promise slip into neglect. In another, a servant's small act of loyalty fulfilled a vow that had seemed insignificant but had quietly shaped the palace's future. The chamber seemed to pulse with life as he studied the mirror. Soft whispers, faint but undeniable, stirred in the air, echoing the echoes of promises made and kept. Solarian felt a profound sense of connection to the past, aware of the invisible threads that tied him to those who had walked the palace halls long before. The mirror did not merely reveal, it guided, inviting reflection, understanding, and the quiet wisdom that comes from observing intentions alongside actions. He leaned closer, mesmerized by a single glowing shard in the mirror. Within it, a long-forgotten pledge unfolded, a king's promise to protect a distant province, nearly lost to time, now shining softly in the mirror's light. The image was fleeting but clear, teaching him that even the smallest acts of honor could ripple far beyond immediate perception. Every reflection, every whisper, seemed to emphasize patience, mindfulness, and the delicate balance between words spoken and deeds performed. Hours passed like minutes as Solarian studied the intricate gold etchings on the frame, tracing the subtle patterns of intertwined hands and birds in flight. The mirror of forgotten promises revealed lessons in quiet reflection, responsibility, and the unseen weight of one's word. It was a gentle, almost hypnotic reminder that even what is forgotten can influence the present and shape the future in ways often invisible to the ordinary eye. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the chamber bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The mirror settled into serene stillness, preserving its secrets and whispers of promises for those who would one day return. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly with quiet echoes of oaths, pledges, and commitments, filling the corridors with a gentle, calming presence, a lullaby of history, wisdom, and enduring guidance that wrapped itself around the night like a soft velvet cloak. The palace lay cloaked in a gentle, almost reverent silence. King Solarian moved through the western wing, a corridor he seldom traversed, where the walls were adorned with faded murals of celestial events, constellations, and the rare comets that had passed above the kingdom centuries ago. The air was cool, carrying faint hints of myrrh and old parchment, creating a serene atmosphere that seemed to slow time itself. At the end of the hall, behind a velvet curtain embroidered with silver threads forming intricate star patterns, stood a mirror unlike any he had ever seen. Its frame was carved from deep, burnished oak, inlaid with tiny crystals that shimmered faintly like distant stars. This was the mirror of echoing whispers, said to capture not images, but the soft, unspoken words of the past and the echoes of intentions left unheard. Solarian approached carefully, feeling a quiet thrill of curiosity. At first, the mirror reflected only the empty corridor and his own composed figure. But as he lingered, soft, fleeting shapes began to appear in the glass, accompanied by faint murmurs, like the gentle rustling of leaves in an unseen forest. He saw figures moving silently, advisors offering counsel behind closed doors, queens whispering hopes and fears to no one in particular, servants carrying out their duties with quiet, unnoticed dedication. Each whisper seemed to carry weight, not just in sound, but in significance, as if the mirror had captured the very essence of intention and unspoken thought. The legend said the mirror could reveal truths that had never been voiced aloud, and Solarian felt its subtle pull guiding him deeper. One reflection showed a young soldier kneeling in secret, his loyalty unspoken but absolute. Another revealed a queen pacing quietly, her heart heavy with a decision she had yet to announce. Each whisper was delicate yet filled with meaning, forming a tapestry of silent connections that influenced the palace and its people far more than spoken words ever could. Solarian moved closer, tracing the faint outlines of the figures within the glass. The mirror seemed alive, responding subtly to his attention, bringing some whispers into sharper focus while allowing others to fade gently into the background. In a particularly vivid reflection, he saw himself as a young king, unaware of a silent plea from a trusted advisor and echo that, if noticed, could have altered the course of events in subtle but significant ways. The realization filled him with awe, a quiet understanding of the immense influence of the unseen, the unspoken, and the quietly performed. The chamber's air seemed to hum softly with the resonance of these echoes, carrying a faint, soothing fragrance of lavender and candle wax. Solarian felt his thoughts slow, his mind calmed yet alert, as he observed the delicate interplay of actions, intentions, and unvoiced truths. The mirror of echoing whispers offered insight, not through direct revelation, but through the gentle unfolding of silent guidance, a reminder that wisdom often lay in what was felt, not merely what was heard or seen. Hours passed imperceptibly as Solarian traced the oak frame with his fingers, observing how the tiny crystals caught the dim light, scattering faint patterns across the walls. Each whisper, each shadowed gesture, and every subtle movement reflected within the mirror provided him with a profound understanding of the palace's hidden dynamics. the depth of human intention, and the quiet but potent force of unspoken truths. Finally, he stepped back, leaving the mirror in serene stillness. The mirror of echoing whispers preserved its secrets patiently, waiting for the next observer, willing to pause, reflect, and listen to the silent wisdom it held. As Solarian walked away, the corridors seemed to resonate gently with the echoes of past whispers, carrying the lessons of unseen words, quiet intentions, and hidden connections through the calm, tranquil night. Wrapping the palace in a soothing and contemplative embrace, the palace lay wrapped in the soft embrace of night, a stillness that felt almost sacred. King Solarian wandered through the western wing, a corridor seldom used, where the walls were lined with faded murals depicting twilight battles, royal ceremonies, and the quiet dignity of courtiers long past. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of sandalwood and old paper, a subtle fragrance that mingled with the whispers of memory. At the far end of the corridor, its frame was forged from dark iron, twisted and flowing as though captured in motion, with delicate tendrils curling around tiny shards of crystal that caught the faint light. This was the mirror of lingering shadows, said to reveal the hidden, persistent remnants of actions and choices, those threads of influence that quietly lingered in the lives of all within the palace. Solarian approached slowly, sensing the subtle power emanating from the glass. At first, it reflected only the empty chamber and his composed figure. But as he lingered, soft shadows began to appear within the mirror, moving with a quiet purpose. They were not tangible, yet they seemed alive, representing past decisions that had not been fully resolved, intentions left unspoken, and moments whose impact continued to ripple in silence. Each shadow was delicate yet meaningful, a whisper of consequences stretching far beyond the immediate perception of time. He leaned closer, watching as a shadow revealed a council meeting from decades before, where a minor oversight had led to unforeseen tensions in the kingdom. Another shadow showed a quiet act of kindness by a servant, unobserved but profoundly affecting the life of a young page who would later rise to prominence. The mirror revealed these lingering threads, not to judge, but to illuminate, providing insight into the subtle interconnections that wove the palace together. The chamber seemed to breathe softly around him, as if alive with the quiet energy of the lingering shadows. Solarian felt a calm fascination, his mind fully engaged yet at peace, as he followed the intricate dance of cause and effect, observing how actions and intentions, spoken or unspoken, left echoes that persisted long after they occurred. The mirror of lingering shadows taught him patience and observation, showing that even small, unnoticed deeds could shape the lives of many, and that understanding often required seeing beyond what was immediately visible. Hours passed as he traced the twisted iron frame with his fingers, marveling at the way the delicate crystals reflected faint glimmers of moonlight across the walls. Each shadow, each flicker, seemed to carry a lesson, a reminder of vigilance, empathy, and the quiet power of observation. The mirror offered a gentle meditation on time, consequence, and the invisible threads that connect all within the palace walls. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The mirror of lingering shadows remained patient and eternal, preserving its quiet lessons for those willing to pause and reflect. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly, carrying the subtle whispers of lingering influence and hidden consequences through the night. The experience left him with a gentle awareness, a soft clarity that wrapped around his mind like a calm lullaby, preparing him for the quiet dreams that awaited in the stillness of the night. The palace felt alive with a quiet magic that night, the corridors echoing softly under the glow of moonlight. King Solarian wandered through the eastern wing, where shadows pooled in the corners and the walls were lined with faded tapestries depicting ancient fortresses, secret meetings, and silent processions. The air smelled faintly of sandalwood and aged books, a fragrance that seemed to carry both wisdom and mystery. At the far end of a narrow hallway, behind a heavy wooden door adorned with carvings of twisting ivy, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had previously encountered. Its frame was carved from dark walnut, inlaid with brass in the shapes of keys, labyrinths, and intricate arches. This was the mirror of hidden passageways, whispered in legend to reveal corridors, doors, and secret spaces within the palace that were otherwise invisible. Solarian approached cautiously, curiosity rising with each step. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the dim corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint lines of light began to appear within the glass, tracing pathways that seemed impossible, doors that did not exist, staircases that curved into shadows, and corridors that led to forgotten chambers filled with treasures, scrolls, and untold stories. Each passage shimmered like a living blueprint, revealing the hidden architecture of the palace and the secret routes that had been used by kings, queens, and courtiers over centuries. The mirror was alive with subtle movement. Solarian could see shadows passing through the hidden passageways, figures who had walked these secret corridors in silence, their actions shaping the fate of the kingdom in ways that were never recorded. A servant hurried along a narrow staircase, carrying a scroll of vital instructions. A young prince paused behind a hidden door, observing a secret council. Each movement was captured in the glass, as if the mirror remembered the palace's hidden history and preserved it for those patient enough to observe. Solarian leaned closer, tracing one glowing corridor that wound through the palace like a hidden vein. It led past rooms filled with rare books, alcoves with ancient maps, and chambers where whispers of strategy and diplomacy had once echoed in secrecy. The mirror did not simply reflect the spaces, it revealed the intricate relationships between them, showing how one secret corridor connected a council chamber to the throne room, allowing messages and decisions to flow unseen by ordinary eyes. The chamber felt charged yet calm, the air carrying a faint warmth, scented with hints of old parchment. Solarian felt a deep fascination, a gentle sense of discovery and connection. The mirror of hidden passageways taught him that knowledge often lay not in what was visible, but in what could be found by careful observation, patience, and curiosity. Each hidden corridor represented opportunity, caution, or wisdom, waiting for the observant to navigate with care. Hours passed like quiet ripples in a still pond as he studied the walnut frame, tracing the brass inlays of keys, arches, and labyrinthine designs. Each line seemed to pulse subtly, guiding his gaze and sharpening his understanding of the palace's hidden structure and the secrets it held. The mirror offered a meditation on perception, patience, and the gentle uncovering of mysteries, revealing that even a palace as vast as his own could hold infinite secrets for those who looked closely. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror of hidden passageways in its serene stillness. The reflections of secret corridors shimmered faintly, waiting for the next observer who would dare to explore, learn, and understand. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly with quiet energy, carrying the knowledge of hidden paths, secret chambers, and untold stories through the night. The experience left him with a gentle calm, a sense of wonder, and a deep, peaceful awareness that even in silence, discovery awaited. The palace corridors were bathed in soft silver light as King Solarian moved through a part of the eastern wing he rarely visited. The air was cool and still, carrying faint traces of sandalwood, candle wax, and old parchment. Here, the walls were lined with tapestries depicting grand processions, forgotten ceremonies, and distant landscapes beyond the kingdom. At the end of a narrow hall, behind a tapestry embroidered with golden moons and stars, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered before. Its frame was made of polished obsidian, inset with tiny shards of quartz that caught the moonlight like scattered fragments of frozen starlight. This was the mirror of eternal echoes, said to capture not just images, but the reverberations of moments long past. Echoing silently through time, Solarian approached cautiously, feeling a gentle pull of curiosity and anticipation. At first, the mirror reflected only the dim hallway and his tall, composed figure. But as he lingered, faint ripples appeared across its dark surface, revealing echoes of past events. A long-forgotten council meeting, a silent act of courage, a whispered promise exchanged in secrecy. The mirror revealed these moments not as static images, but as living echoes, shimmering softly as if caught in a suspended rhythm. Each scene pulsed with quiet significance, reminding him that every act, no matter how small or hidden, left a trace in the fabric of the palace and its history. He noticed a faint glow forming along the edges of the mirror, and within it, subtle reflections emerged. A queen walking through the gardens at dawn, leaving behind soft footprints that no one would ever notice. A messenger passing a sealed letter that would shape the fate of a distant province. A young page practicing stealthy movements that would one day save the life of a visiting dignitary. Each echo was delicate yet profound, revealing the silent threads connecting moments and actions across time. Solarian leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of light and shadow within the glass. The mirror did not merely reflect events, it illuminated their resonance, allowing him to perceive the subtle impacts of choices, intentions, and unseen actions. He realized that the palace itself was alive with echoes, whispers of deeds that had shaped the kingdom in quiet ways, and that the mirror of eternal echoes offered a rare opportunity to witness these silent histories. The chamber seemed to pulse softly with the rhythm of these echoes. Solarian felt a calm fascination, his mind fully engaged yet at peace, as he observed the delicate patterns forming within the obsidian glass. Each reflection, each ripple, was a lesson in vigilance, patience, and the understanding that even the smallest actions could resonate through time, leaving impressions that would endure long after the moment had passed. Hours seemed to stretch as he traced the obsidian frame with his fingers, observing how the quartz shards scattered faint glimmers of light across the walls. Each ripple within the mirror carried a story, a hidden truth, or a subtle lesson. The mirror of eternal echoes was a meditation on awareness, reflection, and the delicate interweaving of actions across the centuries. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in serene stillness. The echoes remained, silent but persistent, waiting for the next observer, willing to pause, reflect, and perceive. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly, carrying the silent reverberations of history through the corridors. A gentle lullaby of wisdom, quiet discovery, and calm reflection that wrapped itself around the night like a comforting cloak. The palace at night was enveloped in a soft, almost sacred hush. King Solarian wandered through a quiet northern corridor, where the air smelled faintly of sandalwood, lavender, and the aged stone of centuries. The walls were lined with ancient murals depicting royal banquets, solemn oaths, and distant lands beyond the kingdom. At the far end of the hall, hidden behind a heavy velvet curtain embroidered with intricate silver patterns, stood a mirror unlike any he had encountered before. Its frame was made of dark cherry wood, delicately inlaid with opal and silver filigree, forming subtle swirling patterns that seemed to move under the dim light. This was the mirror of veiled memories, whispered among palace historians, to reveal memories long forgotten, both of the kingdom and of those who walked its halls. Solarian approached, drawn by the soft glow emanating from the mirror. At first, it reflected only his composed figure and the dim corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint images began to surface, like delicate whispers of the past. He saw moments that had been forgotten, a queen's quiet laughter in the gardens at dawn, a prince practicing secret sword techniques in a hidden chamber, a council meeting where a minor gesture had altered the outcome of a treaty. Each memory shimmered softly, like smoke caught in moonlight, neither fully tangible nor completely out of reach. The mirror seemed alive with gentle motion. As Solarian studied it, memories intertwined, forming connections across time. A minor act of kindness in one corner of the palace was revealed to ripple into decisions that shaped the fate of an entire province. A secret conversation between advisors cast subtle shadows on future alliances. The mirror did not judge or reveal. In haste it allowed understanding to emerge slowly, patiently, as if teaching the king that even forgotten moments carried profound significance. Solarian leaned closer, mesmerized by a vision of a young page placing a candle on a table, a simple act unnoticed but destined to prevent disaster during a royal ceremony decades later. Another shimmer revealed a servant quietly comforting a grieving noble, a memory never spoken of, yet resonating through generations. The mirror of veiled memories invited him to observe carefully, to consider the quiet weight of moments, and to appreciate the hidden currents of life within the palace. The chamber itself seemed to pulse with serenity. The soft scent of open-like shimmer from the mirror mingled with the fragrances in the air, creating a sense of timeless calm. Solarian felt his mind settle into a gentle rhythm, following the delicate threads of memory, seeing how small actions, unnoticed kindnesses, and whispered words could influence the course of the kingdom in subtle ways. Each revelation offered both curiosity and comfort, engaging him fully while relaxing his thoughts. Hours passed in a gentle haze as he traced the opal inlays along the cherry wood frame, observing how the filigree caught the faint glow and scattered it like starlight across the walls. Each memory, each hidden scene, was a meditation on the quiet power of observation, reflection, and understanding. The mirror of veiled memories preserved these delicate histories, offering insight into the invisible threads of time, connection, and consequence. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in serene stillness. The veiled memories shimmered faintly, waiting for the next observer to discover them with curiosity and care. As he walked away, the palace seemed to exhale gently, carrying the quiet resonance of hidden histories, subtle acts, and long-forgotten moments through the night. The experience left him with a soft sense of wonder and calm, a quiet awareness that the palace itself was alive with memories waiting to be unveiled. The palace night was unusually still. The corridors bathed in the soft, silvery glow of moonlight. King Solarian wandered through a part of the palace he rarely visited, where shadows pooled in the corners and the air carried the faint scent of cedar and waxed stone. The walls were adorned with faded tapestries, showing royal banquets, distant lands, and quiet moments of reflection among long-forgotten kings and queens. At the end of the corridor, hidden behind a carved wooden screen adorned with delicate motifs of intertwined vines and stars, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had seen before. Its frame was made of polished obsidian, etched with subtle geometric patterns that seemed to shift slightly as he moved. This was the mirror of silent reflections, said to reveal truths not spoken aloud, thoughts left unexpressed, and moments of inner contemplation held by those who had walked the palace halls. Solarian approached, feeling a gentle pull of curiosity and calm anticipation. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the dim corridor behind him. But as he lingered, subtle shapes began to emerge in the glass-shadowed silhouettes, frozen in quiet moments of thought, faces etched with emotion, hands clasped in silent reflection. The mirror captured not actions, but the inner world, the quiet thoughts and unspoken truths that shaped the palace, its people, and history itself. He watched in fascination as the mirror revealed a queen pausing in the moonlit gardens, lost in thought over a difficult decision. A young advisor stared at the floor of a council chamber, silently weighing the potential consequences of his advice. A soldier stood alone in the armory, contemplating the meaning of loyalty and courage. Each silent reflection pulsed gently, revealing the hidden currents of thought and emotion that often guided the visible actions of those within the palace. Solarian leaned closer, tracing the geometric patterns etched into the obsidian frame. One reflection showed himself, years earlier, quietly considering a decision that had altered the kingdom's course, a choice remembered only by him. Another shadow revealed a forgotten conversation between two ministers, unspoken but understood, whose subtle influence shaped the outcome of an entire alliance. The mirror of silent reflections did not judge. It simply illuminated, offering insight into the quiet power of thought, intention, and mindful consideration. The chamber seemed to pulse with a soft, meditative energy. The faint scent of cedar and wax, combined with the gentle movement of shadows in the mirror, created a profound sense of calm. Solarian felt his mind settling into a gentle rhythm, as though the mirror were teaching him to observe without judgment, to reflect without haste, and to recognize the quiet strength found in contemplation. Every shadow, every subtle gesture was a lesson in patience, mindfulness, and the unseen forces that shape human lives. Hours passed like quiet waves as Solarian studied the obsidian frame, observing how the shifting patterns seemed to mirror the flow of thought and emotion within the palace. Each silent reflection offered a meditation on awareness, empathy, and the gentle unfolding of understanding. The mirror of silent reflections preserved these hidden insights, waiting for those willing to pause, observe, and quietly learn from the depths of unspoken moments. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil stillness. The silent reflections shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the quiet truths of those who had come before. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly with the weight of unspoken thought, contemplation, and quiet wisdom, filling the night with a gentle, calming presence that wrapped around him like a soft, restorative embrace. The palace corridors were wrapped in a gentle, expectant stillness. King Solarian wandered through a wing, seldom touched by the footfalls of the court. The walls were lined with faded tapestries showing distant battles, royal ceremonies, and subtle gestures of loyalty long forgotten. The air carried a faint scent of cedarwood and ancient scrolls, blending with the soft whispers of time. At the end of a narrow passage, behind a carved ebony screen depicting interlaced crowns and shields, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had seen before. Its frame was forged from deep bronze, inlaid with tiny glimmering gemstones that seemed to pulse faintly with the ambient light. This was the mirror of hidden loyalties, said to reveal not acts of bravery or treachery alone, but the unseen allegiances, secret promises, and hidden trust that governed the palace and its people. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the subtle shimmer emanating from the bronze frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, soft shapes and figures began to emerge, almost imperceptible at first, then gradually becoming more distinct. He saw courtiers moving silently through hidden passages, exchanging subtle gestures of allegiance. A chamberlain bowed slightly, unseen by others, his loyalty evident in the careful delivery of messages. A queen's glance toward a young advisor spoke volumes of trust, unspoken but undeniable. Each shadowed movement seemed to pulse with meaning, revealing that loyalty in the palace was often quiet, hidden, and far more intricate than any grand gesture. Solarian leaned closer, mesmerized by the delicate interplay of light and shadow. One reflection revealed a young knight standing silently in the armory, choosing between personal ambition and his sworn duty. Another showed a servant placing a letter in a secret compartment, ensuring that promises made would be honored long after the sender had departed. The mirror of hidden loyalties revealed connections and intentions invisible to ordinary eyes, illustrating that the unseen bonds of trust often shaped outcomes more than proclamations or public acts. The chamber itself seemed to breathe softly with the weight of these subtle truths. The faint glow from the gemstones in the bronze frame cast gentle, shifting patterns on the walls, reflecting the hidden networks of allegiance and trust throughout the palace. Solarian felt his thoughts settle into a slow, meditative rhythm as he observed the delicate interweaving of loyalty, secrecy, and responsibility. Every figure in the mirror offered a lesson in careful observation, discernment, and the quiet power of faithfulness. Hours passed gently as he traced the intricate bronze frame with his fingers, noticing how the gemstones caught the moonlight, scattering faint sparkles across the stone floors. Each shadow, each subtle gesture reinforced the idea that the palace was a web of relationships, invisible yet profound, waiting for those patient enough to understand them. The mirror of hidden loyalties preserved these delicate truths, offering guidance to the observant and calm reflection to the thoughtful. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its quiet vigil. The hidden loyalties shimmered faintly within the glass, patient and enduring, preserving their subtle influence for those who would pause and look with curiosity and care. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly with quiet allegiance, invisible yet powerful, wrapping the corridors in a gentle, reassuring calm. Solarian felt a sense of clarity and deep relaxation, as if the palace itself was teaching him the subtle art of understanding, trust, fidelity, and the unseen bonds that held it all together. The palace was wrapped in a hushed stillness, as though it itself were holding its breath. King Solarian moved slowly through the eastern wing, where the walls were lined with faded tapestries depicting royal councils, distant lands, and quiet moments of intrigue long forgotten. The air carried a faint scent of amber and aged parchment, mixing with the cool stone beneath his feet. At the far end of the corridor, hidden behind a tall velvet curtain embroidered with delicate silver and sapphire threads, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had ever encountered. Its frame was carved from dark mahogany, adorned with twisting silver vines that glimmered softly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of lingering secrets, said to reveal the hidden truths that were never spoken, the confidential whispers that shaped the palace, and the subtle intrigues that lay beneath the surface of court life. Solarian approached cautiously, feeling a soft tug of curiosity as he studied the intricate frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his tall, composed figure and the dim corridor behind him, but as he lingered, faint shapes began to coalesce within the glass. Shadows of courtiers passed through hidden alcoves, exchanging notes, gestures, and fleeting glances full of meaning. A queen whispered a secret to an advisor behind a closed door. A chamberlain carefully concealed a message that could alter the balance of power. Each secret shimmered softly, captured in the mirror, like delicate threads woven into a tapestry of influence and subtlety. The mirror seemed almost alive, responding to Solarian's gaze. One shadow revealed a young servant carefully placing a letter under a loose stone in the hallway, a secret task that would later protect the king from a dangerous plot. Another reflection showed a noblewoman quietly guiding a reluctant minister toward the right decision, her subtle influence unseen but profound. The mirror of lingering secrets did not reveal these moments to expose wrongdoing. It simply illuminated the intricate web of hidden knowledge that sustained the palace and its people. Solarian leaned closer, tracing the twisting silver vines along the mahogany frame with his fingers. Each movement of shadow within the mirror carried lessons of patience, observation, and the delicate art of discernment. The chamber itself seemed to pulse softly with energy, carrying a faint, calming fragrance of amber and night-blooming flowers. He realized that secrets, when understood and handled wisely, were not burdens but guides, quiet forces shaping the actions, decisions, and futures of all within the palace. Hours passed unnoticed as he observed the subtle dance of shadows and reflections. Every whispered gesture, every hidden glance, offered insight into the quiet strength of discretion, the subtle power of influence, and the unseen connections that bound the palace together. The mirror of lingering secrets encouraged him to notice, to reflect, and to appreciate the depth of human subtlety that ordinary eyes might overlook. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil stillness. The lingering secrets shimmered faintly within the glass, patient and eternal, waiting for the next observer, willing to pause and perceive the hidden threads of the palace. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly, carrying the quiet wisdom of unseen truths, gentle guidance, and calm reflection through the night. Solarian felt a deep sense of serenity, as though the palace itself had imparted a subtle, soothing lullaby of mystery, curiosity, and hidden knowledge that would carry him peacefully into sleep. The palace was draped in a serene quiet, the moonlight spilling softly through tall, arched windows. King Solarian moved through the western wing, where the air carried the subtle scent of aged parchment, polished wood, and faint traces of lavender. The corridor was narrow, lined with faded murals depicting kings and queens making pivotal decisions that shaped the kingdom. At the end of the hallway, behind a carved screen adorned with intertwined crowns and swirling motifs, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from deep silver, inlaid with tiny sapphires and moonstone that shimmered faintly. This was the mirror of shifting fates, said to reveal the consequences of choices yet made and the delicate balance of destiny within the palace walls. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the mirror's soft, ethereal glow. At first, it reflected only his composed figure and the quiet hallway behind him. But as he lingered, faint figures and scenes began to ripple across its surface. Shadows of courtiers paused in hesitation. Kings and queens pondered decisions not yet made, and subtle actions unfolded that would ripple into outcomes across time. Each shimmer revealed the delicate interplay between choice and consequence, illuminating the invisible threads that wove the destiny of the palace and its people. He leaned closer, fascinated by the shifting reflections. One scene showed a young knight hesitating before entering the throne room, a moment that would define his loyalty and courage in the days to come. Another shimmer revealed a servant discreetly offering counsel to an unseen advisor, subtly altering the course of events that would later save the kingdom from turmoil. The mirror of shifting fates did not merely predict it, offered insight into the ripple effects of actions, decisions, and the delicate equilibrium that guided palace life. The chamber seemed to hum softly with a quiet energy, the silver frame catching faint moonlight and scattering gentle reflections across the walls. Solarian felt a profound sense of curiosity and calm as he observed the interplay of choices and outcomes. Each ripple within the mirror offered a lesson in discernment, foresight, and mindfulness, teaching him that even the smallest actions could shape the lives of many, both seen and unseen. Hours passed gently as Solarian traced the intricate silver and gemstone inlays along the frame. He followed the movements of each figure, noting how hesitation, courage, and subtle interventions influenced the palace's intricate web of destiny. The mirror of shifting fates preserved these delicate truths, allowing the observant to witness the quiet yet profound power of choices, their unfolding consequences, and the interconnectedness of all within the kingdom. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The shifting fates shimmered softly, patient and eternal, ready to guide the next observer who approached with curiosity and care. As he walked away, the palace seemed alive with gentle possibility, carrying the subtle rhythm of choices, consequences, and destiny through the night. Solarian felt a soothing calm, a sense of wonder, and a quiet anticipation for the unfolding of what lay ahead, a tranquil lullaby of reflection, curiosity, and the magic of unseen paths. The palace was wrapped in a profound stillness, the moonlight spilling softly across the polished stone floors of the northern wing. King Solarian moved slowly through a corridor seldom traveled, where the walls were lined with faded tapestries depicting distant lands, royal banquets, and quiet councils long forgotten. The air carried a faint scent of jasmine and aged parchment, mingling with the subtle coolness of the stone. At the far end of the hall, behind a heavy velvet curtain embroidered with silver threads in swirling patterns, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered before. Its frame was carved from deep, dark oak, intertwined with strands of silver that seemed to shimmer like delicate threads of moonlight. This was the mirror of fading whispers, said to capture the softest words, promises, and murmurs that were spoken but nearly forgotten over time. Solarian approached cautiously, feeling a gentle tug of curiosity. At first, the mirror reflected only his tall figure and the dim hallway behind him, but as he lingered, soft shapes and faint whispers began to appear within the glass. The murmurs were almost imperceptible at first, echoes of conversations, quiet confidences, and the soft, nearly forgotten words exchanged in moments of intimacy, trust, or fear. A queen's soft laughter as she walked through the gardens at dawn, a servant's hushed counsel in a hidden chamber, a young prince quietly promising loyalty to a loyal mentor. Each whisper seemed to ripple gently, carrying a sense of significance that stretched beyond the moment it was uttered. Solarian leaned closer, tracing the silver inlays along the dark oak frame with his fingers. One whisper revealed a subtle act of kindness that had gone unnoticed, yet had shaped the life of a servant for years. Another revealed a quiet pledge between two advisors, a promise that had silently influenced the stability of the kingdom. The mirror of fading whispers did not reveal everything at once. Sit allowed him to observe slowly, to notice the subtle threads connecting words, actions, and outcomes. The chamber itself seemed to breathe softly with these faint echoes. Solarian felt a calm fascination, his mind settling into a gentle rhythm as he followed the trails of whispers and shadows. The mirror was not just a reflection of images, it was a meditation, showing him the quiet significance of words, the enduring weight of promises, and the unseen power of whispers carried through time. Each soft murmur was a lesson in patience, observation, and the delicate nature of influence. Hours passed imperceptibly as he traced the intricate oak and silver frame, observing how the soft reflections scattered moonlight across the walls. Each whisper, each faint echo, offered insight into the hidden currents of palace life, the unseen forces shaping decisions, and the subtle balance of trust, discretion, and care. The mirror of fading whispers preserved these delicate moments, patient and eternal, offering guidance to those willing to observe quietly and attentively. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The fading whispers shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, waiting for the next observer willing to pause, notice, and reflect. As he walked away, the palace seemed to hum softly with the weight of soft-spoken words, quiet confidences, and delicate promises carried through the corridors of time. Solarian felt a gentle calm, a sense of wonder, and the soothing embrace of the palace's quiet, hidden wisdom, a lullaby of subtle discovery and gentle curiosity that would guide him peacefully into the night. The palace was wrapped in a calm so profound it seemed to muffle even the faintest footfalls. King Solarian wandered through the northern wing, a corridor seldom visited, where the walls were lined with tapestries depicting solemn oaths, quiet ceremonies, and the subtle gestures of loyalty that had shaped the kingdom for centuries. The air was cool, carrying hints of cedarwood, lavender, and the faint fragrance of aged paper. At the far end of the hallway, behind a carved ebony screen adorned with interlacing crowns and shields, stood a mirror unlike any he had encountered before. Its frame was wrought from dark iron, etched with delicate filigree, forming abstract symbols that seemed to shift subtly in the dim light. This was the mirror of silent allegiances, whispered to reveal the quiet bonds of loyalty, the unseen promises, and the hidden commitments that quietly governed the palace and its people. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the subtle shimmer emanating from the iron frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his tall, composed figure and the dim hallway behind him. But as he lingered, soft shapes and shadows began to emerge within the glass. Courtiers moved through the reflections, exchanging subtle glances and gestures of loyalty unseen by others. A chamberlain bowed quietly, a pledge of fidelity made in silence. A queen's subtle nod to a trusted advisor spoke volumes of unspoken trust. Each shadow, each fleeting gesture, revealed the intricate web of allegiance that silently maintained the balance and harmony of the palace. Solarian leaned closer, mesmerized by the delicate interplay of light, shadow, and motion. One reflection revealed a young knight standing in contemplation, torn between personal ambition and loyalty to the crown. Another showed a servant discreetly guiding a noble toward an important yet hidden decision that would prevent discord. The mirror of silent allegiances revealed not only the visible acts of loyalty, but also the quiet, almost imperceptible decisions and gestures that truly shaped the kingdom. The chamber itself seemed alive with a gentle energy. The filigree in the iron frame caught the faint moonlight, casting subtle patterns on the stone walls, as if the palace itself were acknowledging the invisible threads of fidelity and trust. Solarian felt a calm, meditative fascination, following the intricate patterns of allegiance and observing how discreet acts of loyalty influenced outcomes across time. The mirror offered lessons in careful observation, understanding subtlety, and appreciating the quiet power of trust and fidelity. Hours passed almost imperceptibly as Solarian traced the delicate filigree along the frame, watching how the shadows and reflections interacted. Each gesture, each silent act carried meaning, and every reflection reinforced the understanding that the palace thrived not on grand proclamations alone, but on the countless unseen acts of allegiance woven through its corridors. The mirror of silent allegiances preserved these delicate truths, offering insight and calm to those willing to observe with patience and curiosity. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its tranquil vigil. The silent allegiances shimmered faintly within the glass, patient and eternal, waiting for the next observer willing to pause, reflect, and recognize the subtle forces holding the palace together. As he walked away, the corridors seemed to hum softly with quiet trust, hidden promises, and unwavering loyalty, wrapping the night in a gentle, soothing presence. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm, curiosity, and awe, a soft embrace of the palace's wisdom and the quiet, unseen bonds that guided all within its walls. The palace night was serene. The corridors bathed in a soft silver glow from the moonlight streaming through tall arched windows. King Solarian wandered down the western wing, a passage seldom used, where the air carried the faint scent of sandalwood, wax, and ancient parchment. The walls were lined with murals depicting kings and queens in solemn ceremonies, distant landscapes, and subtle gestures that had long shaped the palace. At the far end of the hallway, behind a tapestry embroidered with swirling silver threads and tiny gemstones, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was carved from deep walnut, inlaid with strands of amber and opal that seemed to shimmer as if holding memories within. This was the mirror of forgotten promises, whispered in palace lore to reveal vows, pledges, and commitments made but never fulfilled. Lingering quietly in the shadows of the kingdom, Solarian approached slowly, feeling a gentle tug of curiosity and anticipation. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the dim corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint shapes began to emerge in the glass. Shadows of courtiers lingered, caught in moments of hesitation or quiet reflection. A queen's subtle nod to an advisor carried a promise yet to be fulfilled. A young scribe hesitated over a letter that would bind the fate of a distant province. Each reflection shimmered softly, revealing that the promises made within these walls were threads woven into the tapestry of palace life. Shaping events quietly over time, he leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of light, shadow, and subtle motion. One reflection revealed a servant who had quietly promised aid to a royal child, a pledge forgotten by most but enduring in its effects. Another shimmer showed a counselor silently supporting a decision he had long pledged to uphold, influencing events in ways unnoticed by anyone but the observant. The mirror of forgotten promises illuminated not only the acts themselves, but the enduring influence of intentions, choices, and quiet commitments, teaching Solarian the delicate balance of duty, honor, and foresight. The chamber seemed to pulse with gentle energy as he traced the walnut frame with his fingers. The inlaid amber and opal caught the faint moonlight, scattering soft reflections across the walls. Each shimmer, each hidden act of commitment was a meditation on patience, observation, and the subtle power of unfulfilled or lingering promises. Solarian felt his mind slow, settling into a rhythmic calm as he observed the quiet threads connecting past decisions to present outcomes. Hours passed unnoticed as he followed the movement of shadows and whispers within the glass. Every unspoken word, every subtle gesture carried weight and meaning, reinforcing the understanding that the palace thrived not only on visible actions, but on the quiet persistence of intention and honor. The mirror of forgotten promises preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, learn, and reflect. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in serene stillness. The forgotten promises shimmered faintly within the glass, patient and eternal, preserving the quiet influence of unspoken commitments. As he walked away, the palace seemed to exhale softly, carrying the subtle weight of intentions, integrity, and quiet influence through the night. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm, wonder, and gentle curiosity, wrapped in the palace's soft embrace, a lullaby of reflection, discovery, and the quiet power of promises held through time. The palace lay in deep, tranquil silence, the moonlight spilling through tall stained-glass windows, casting faint, multicolored patterns across the polished stone floors. King Solarian walked through a quiet southern wing where the air smelled of cedar, candle wax, and the faint perfume of night-blooming flowers. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting past coronations, royal feasts, and quiet councils whose decisions had echoed through time. At the end of a narrow hallway, behind a carved screen of intertwined roses and vines, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was made of deep ebony, inlaid with subtle strands of mother-of-pearl and obsidian that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of shrouded reflections, said to reveal truths obscured by time, decisions hidden by circumstance, and the layers of human intent often masked by appearances. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the soft glow emanating from the ebony frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint shadows and shapes began to emerge within the glass. Courtiers and royals appeared in moments of subtle concealment, a hand clasped behind a back in quiet tension, a noble glancing furtively toward a secret corridor, a whispered instruction carried unnoticed by most. The mirror of shrouded reflections did not merely show images, it revealed hidden layers of intent, subtle decisions, and concealed truths that shaped the palace from within. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the intricate interplay of light, shadow, and motion. One reflection revealed a queen offering quiet counsel to a prince in secret, steering the course of events without overt interference. Another shimmer revealed a servant who had hidden an important document, altering the path of a delicate negotiation unbeknownst to any observer. The mirror captured the delicate balance of intention, action, and consequence, showing Solarian that much of the palace's history and harmony was maintained not through grand gestures, but through small, hidden acts of careful thought and subtle influence. The chamber seemed to pulse with soft energy. The mother-of-pearl and obsidian inlays caught faint moonlight, scattering delicate patterns across the walls. Solarian felt a calm, meditative fascination as he observed the hidden layers of palace life revealed by the mirror. Every shadow, every subtle gesture carried meaning and significance, demonstrating that understanding the unseen was as important as observing the visible. Hours passed gently as he traced the ebony frame, noticing how the reflections shifted with the movement of intention and hidden actions. Each shrouded reflection offered insight into patience, discernment, and the quiet power of unseen influence. The mirror of shrouded reflections preserved these delicate truths, allowing the observant to perceive the subtle forces that guided the kingdom with calm, reflective awareness. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil stillness. The shrouded reflections shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, waiting for the next observer willing to pause, observe, and understand the hidden layers of palace life. As he walked away, the corridors seemed to hum softly with invisible currents of intention, subtle decisions, and concealed truths, wrapping the night in a gentle, soothing presence. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm, wonder, and curiosity, as if the palace itself had whispered its quiet secrets, gently lulling him into the serenity of the night. The palace was steeped in a calm so profound it seemed to hush even the faintest echo of footsteps. King Solarian wandered through the western wing, where the air carried a delicate mix of cedarwood, aged parchment, and the faint fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. The corridor walls were lined with faded murals depicting ceremonial gatherings, quiet deliberations, and hidden moments of courage long forgotten. At the end of a narrow hallway, behind a carved screen adorned with twisting vines and crescent moons, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had ever seen. Its frame was crafted from polished obsidian, inlaid with fragments of smoky quartz that glimmered softly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of vanished shadows, said to reveal those fleeting moments, lost actions, and ephemeral gestures that had once occurred but vanished without a trace from the memory of the palace. Solarian approached, feeling a gentle pull of curiosity and anticipation. At first, the mirror reflected only his tall figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint shadows began to emerge, moving delicately across the glass. Courtiers and royal figures appeared in moments so subtle they had long faded from memory. A servant pausing to steady a wobbly candle, a young page glancing nervously toward a hidden doorway, a queen's quiet sigh as she passed unnoticed through the gardens. The mirror of vanished shadows captured the fleeting, almost invisible gestures that shaped the life of the palace quietly yet profoundly. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the delicate movements of the shadows. One scene revealed a knight's fleeting hesitation before entering the council chamber, a moment that would ultimately define his loyalty and courage. Another showed a servant discreetly arranging letters and scrolls, a small act of foresight that prevented future confusion. The mirror did not reveal grand events, but the soft, ephemeral moments that, though nearly forgotten, had lasting impact on the palace and its inhabitants. The chamber seemed to pulse with quiet energy. The obsidian and smoky quartz inlays caught the faint moonlight, scattering soft reflections across the walls. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he observed the vanished shadows, each subtle gesture carrying significance and quiet wisdom. The mirror allowed him to perceive the delicate balance of timing, patience, and observation, the power held within the smallest, often unnoticed actions. Hours passed unnoticed as he traced the obsidian frame, following the soft ripples of shadows that moved gently across the glass. Each vanished gesture offered insight into the quiet forces that guided the palace, the unseen threads connecting people, decisions, and moments. The mirror of vanished shadows preserved these fleeting acts, waiting patiently for observers willing to notice and reflect, offering calm, curiosity, and gentle understanding. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The vanished shadows shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle beauty of fleeting moments that had long escaped notice. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly with quiet memory, delicate foresight, and ephemeral gestures, wrapping the night in a gentle, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm curiosity and quiet wonder, as if the palace itself were whispering soft lessons in mindfulness and the hidden significance of fleeting moments. The palace night was deep and serene, the corridors bathed in the soft glow of the moon filtering through tall, arched windows. King Solarian wandered through the eastern wing, where the air carried the subtle fragrance of lavender, polished wood, and the faint hint of old parchment. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting royal ceremonies, quiet councils, and hidden acts of wisdom that had long gone unnoticed. At the end of a narrow hallway, behind a carved screen of intertwining ivy and crescent moons, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from polished silver, delicately engraved with flowing patterns that seemed to ripple in the faint light. This was the mirror of whispered truths, whispered in palace lore to reveal the honest intentions, subtle confessions, and secret revelations of those who walked its halls. Solarian approached with a sense of gentle curiosity. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint shapes began to emerge within the glass, each moving with quiet purpose. Courtiers and nobles appeared in moments of soft revelation, a queen sharing unspoken advice with a young prince, a chamberlain revealing his loyalty through discreet action, a servant quietly mending a minor mistake to prevent future conflict. The mirror of whispered truths illuminated intentions and confessions that had never been voiced aloud, offering insight into the delicate balance of honesty and discretion within the palace. He leaned closer, captivated by the subtle movements within the mirror. One reflection revealed a knight quietly acknowledging a mistake, a gesture of integrity that shaped his future decisions. Another shimmer showed a young scribe revealing a carefully concealed truth that would prevent discord among the royal advisors. The mirror did not force confession or judgment. It simply displayed the delicate tapestry of honesty, discretion, and whispered revelations that guided the palace's unseen currents. The chamber seemed alive with quiet energy. The silver frame caught the moonlight, scattering faint patterns across the stone walls. Solarian felt a calming fascination as he observed the whispered truths, each small revelation carrying weight and significance. The mirror offered a meditative lesson in observation, understanding, and the quiet power of honesty, showing that even subtle confessions could shape destinies and protect the kingdom. Hours passed in gentle awareness as Solarian traced the engraved silver frame, watching how the reflections moved in a subtle rhythm. Each whispered truth revealed a layer of wisdom, teaching him patience, discernment, and the unseen influence of honesty. The mirror of whispered truths preserved these delicate insights, patiently waiting for the observant to notice, reflect, and learn. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in serene stillness. The whispered truths shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle influence of unspoken honesty and quiet confessions. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with integrity, discretion, and calm reflection, wrapping the night in a gentle, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and gentle wonder, as if the palace itself were quietly guiding him toward understanding, mindfulness, and serene contemplation. The palace night was quiet, as if even the walls themselves were listening. King Solarian moved slowly through the southern wing, where the air was tinged with the soft scent of cedar, lavender, and the faint aroma of aged manuscripts. The corridor was lined with murals depicting decisions of past rulers' moments of courage, hesitation, and subtle judgment that had shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the far end of the hallway, hidden behind a velvet curtain embroidered with gold and sapphire threads, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had seen. Its frame was carved from deep onyx, with delicate spirals of silver tracing intricate patterns along the edges. This was the mirror of echoed choices, said to reflect not only decisions made, but the reverberations of those choices, showing how one moment could ripple across the palace, and through time, Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the faint glow emanating from the onyx frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the dim hallway behind him. But as he lingered, soft shapes and subtle movements began to emerge within the glass. Figures of courtiers, advisors, and servants replayed their decisions, some small, almost imperceptible, yet each echoing far beyond the initial act. A knight paused before entering the council chamber, hesitation rippling into future events. A chamberlain made a discreet adjustment to a message, altering the outcome of an unseen negotiation. Each reflection shimmered gently, illustrating the delicate and far-reaching consequences of every choice within the palace. Solarian leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of shadow, light, and movement. One reflection revealed a queen offering subtle guidance to a prince, a choice that quietly shaped the destiny of the kingdom. Another shimmer showed a young servant performing a seemingly trivial act, which would eventually prevent discord between two powerful nobles. The mirror of echoed choices revealed that even the smallest decisions could reverberate across time, weaving a network of cause and effect that was invisible to the casual observer. The chamber seemed to pulse softly with an almost meditative energy. The onyx and silver frame caught the moonlight, scattering gentle reflections across the stone walls. Solarian felt a calm sense of focus as he traced each echoed choice, following the ripples through the palace and its unseen corridors of influence. Each scene was a lesson in patience, foresight, and mindful observation, reminding him that understanding consequences often required subtle attention and quiet contemplation. Hours passed imperceptibly as he followed the movement of each shadow and ripple within the mirror. Every choice, hesitation, and small action carried significance, reinforcing the understanding that the palace thrived not only on grand proclamations, but on countless quiet acts shaping its destiny. The mirror of echoed choices preserved these subtle truths, patiently waiting for those who observed with care and curiosity, offering calm insight and reflection. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its silent vigil. The echoed choices shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the delicate interconnections of decisions made and unseen consequences. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly with gentle anticipation, quiet reflection, and subtle wisdom, wrapping the night in a serene, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and quiet awe, as if the palace itself were teaching him the gentle power of observation, mindfulness, and the far-reaching impact of every choice. The palace night was hushed, the air filled with a soft, almost tangible stillness. King Solarian moved slowly through the northern wing, where the faint scent of cedar, jasmine, and old parchment lingered in the cool air. The walls were lined with faded murals depicting ceremonies, subtle negotiations, and quiet acts of valor long forgotten. At the end of a narrow hallway, behind a carved screen of interwoven vines and tiny silver stars, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from dark mahogany, intertwined with thin strands of glimmering silver that seemed to pulse faintly with the light of the moon. This was the mirror of lingering echoes, said to reveal moments and decisions that left subtle traces in the palace. Echoes that persisted long after the original act had passed from memory. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the soft glow of the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint movements began to shimmer within the glass. Shadows of past courtiers, unseen advisors, and silent servants appeared in fleeting moments, gestures of courage, fleeting kindness, and quiet acts of loyalty that had left lingering ripples through the palace. The mirror of lingering echoes revealed that even the smallest actions could leave enduring imprints, quietly shaping the rhythms and life of the palace over time. He leaned closer, captivated by the gentle dance of light. One reflection showed a servant discreetly arranging letters, an action that would prevent confusion and conflict days later. Another shimmer revealed a noble quietly guiding a young prince's hand during a moment of hesitation, influencing the kingdom's future without fanfare or recognition. The mirror revealed that many of the palace's outcomes were shaped not by grand proclamations, but by subtle, often unnoticed gestures whose echoes persisted long after their origin. The chamber itself seemed to resonate softly with the quiet power of these lingering echoes. The mahogany frame and silver strands caught the moonlight, scattering soft, ethereal patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a deep, meditative calm as he followed the gentle movement of the echoes, each ripple carrying quiet lessons in observation, patience, and the subtle significance of small actions. Hours passed as he traced the intricate frame, noticing the continuous interplay of shadows and faint reflections. Every gesture, every fleeting act conveyed meaning, illustrating that the palace thrived not only on visible decisions, but on the quiet echoes left behind by mindful acts of courage, kindness, and loyalty. The mirror of lingering echoes preserved these subtle truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and understand the lasting impact of delicate, unseen moments. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its silent vigil. The lingering echoes shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, preserving the subtle influence of quiet acts that shaped the kingdom over time. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly with the weight of unseen actions, gentle loyalty, and enduring influence, wrapping the night in a calming, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a deep sense of serenity, curiosity, and quiet wonder, as if the palace itself were teaching him the soft, enduring power of patience, mindfulness, and subtle acts of care. The palace was draped in a serene calm, the moonlight spilling softly through tall, arched windows onto the polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the eastern wing, a corridor seldom traveled, where the air carried the faint fragrance of cedar, aged parchment, and the subtle perfume of night-blooming jasmine. The walls were lined with murals depicting quiet acts of counsel, secret pacts, and moments of courage that had long gone unnoticed. At the far end of the hall, behind a carved screen decorated with intertwining roses and delicate silver filigree, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was made of polished dark walnut, embedded with tiny fragments of moonstone that shimmered faintly. This was the mirror of hidden reflections, whispered in palace lore to reveal the unseen thoughts, concealed intentions, and secret motivations of those who walked its halls. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the faint glow emanating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the quiet corridor behind him. But as he lingered, soft shapes began to emerge within the glass. Shadows of courtiers and royal advisors appeared in subtle moments of concealment, a chamberlain holding back a cautionary word, a queen silently guiding a prince's decision, a servant quietly observing a sensitive negotiation. Each reflection shimmered gently, revealing the hidden currents of thought and intent that quietly shaped the palace's intricate web of influence. He leaned closer, fascinated by the interplay of shadow, light, and motion. One reflection revealed a young knight silently correcting a minor error that could have caused significant confusion. Another showed a noble advisor carefully weighing words before speaking in council, an act that subtly directed the kingdom's future. The mirror of hidden reflections did not reveal everything at once. Instead, it encouraged patience and observation, showing that understanding true intentions often required quiet, careful attention. The chamber seemed to breathe softly with subtle energy. The moonstone inlays in the walnut frame caught faint moonlight, scattering delicate patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he observed the hidden reflections, each shadow and subtle gesture carrying quiet significance. The mirror offered lessons in mindfulness, discernment, and the importance of noticing the unseen forces that guided the palace. Hours passed unnoticed as he traced the frame and followed the movements of the hidden figures. Every subtle act, concealed thought, and quiet decision revealed the intricate ways in which loyalty, discretion, and wisdom intertwined within the palace. The mirror of hidden reflections preserved these delicate truths, patiently awaiting those who approached with curiosity, observation, and respect for the subtle power of intent. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its tranquil vigil. The hidden reflections shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the quiet currents of thought, intention, and guidance that shaped the palace. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly with subtle wisdom, unseen influence, and gentle anticipation, wrapping the night in a calm, soothing presence. Solarian felt a deep sense of serenity, curiosity, and wonder, as if the palace itself were quietly sharing the lessons of observation, mindfulness, and the unseen patterns that govern all within its walls. The palace night was tranquil, wrapped in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through tall, arched windows. King Solarian wandered through the western wing, where the air smelled faintly of cedarwood, jasmine, and the subtle musk of aged parchment. The corridor walls were adorned with tapestries depicting distant lands, royal councils, and quiet acts of courage and cunning long forgotten. At the end of the hallway, behind a carved screen of intertwining vines and delicate silver crescents, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had ever encountered. Its frame was carved from deep ebony, inlaid with tiny pieces of amber and obsidian that shimmered softly in the dim light. This was the mirror of lingering secrets, said to reveal the hidden truths, untold stories, and subtle mysteries that had quietly shaped the palace over centuries. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the soft, pulsing glow emanating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his composed figure and the dim hallway behind him. But as he lingered, soft shadows began to move across the glass. Courtiers and royal figures appeared in subtle moments of secrecy, a chamberlain hiding a delicate letter, a queen quietly adjusting a plan without announcing it, a servant pausing to observe a confidential conversation. The mirror of lingering secrets captured the quiet influence of hidden actions and unspoken truths, showing how secrecy and discretion maintained the palace's delicate balance. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the gentle interplay of shadow, light, and subtle movement. One reflection revealed a young knight quietly correcting a potential mistake that could have led to discord. Another showed a trusted advisor subtly redirecting a plan, preserving harmony without attracting notice. The mirror did not force revelation, but invited careful observation, teaching Solarian that understanding hidden truths required patience, attention, and reflection. The chamber seemed to hum with a soft energy. The ebony frame, with its amber and obsidian inlays, caught the moonlight, scattering gentle patterns across the walls. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he followed the lingering secrets, each shadow and subtle gesture carrying quiet significance. The mirror offered insight into the delicate balance of trust, discretion, and timing, reminding him that the palace thrived not on open displays alone, but on countless unseen acts of guidance, foresight, and care. Hours passed gently as he traced the frame and observed each subtle interaction. Every quiet act, every hidden intention revealed the intricate ways in which loyalty, subtlety, and wisdom intertwined. The mirror of lingering secrets preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe with curiosity, reflection, and reverence for the hidden layers of palace life. Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its quiet vigil. The lingering secrets shimmered softly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle influence of unseen actions and untold stories. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe gently, alive with quiet wisdom, hidden influence, and subtle guidance. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and wonder, as if the palace itself were whispering lessons in observation, discretion, and the quiet power of unseen truths. The palace was draped in deep silence. The corridors bathed in soft moonlight, filtering through tall stained glass windows. King Solarian wandered through the eastern wing, where the air carried the faint scent of cedar, jasmine, and old parchment, blending into a soothing, contemplative atmosphere. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting distant ceremonies, quiet councils, and moments of reflection that had quietly shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the far end of the hallway, behind a carved screen adorned with intertwining vines and silver inlays, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered before. Its frame was crafted from polished mahogany, with delicate strands of opal and moonstone embedded along the edges. This was the mirror of veiled memories, whispered to reveal the memories of those who had walked the halls long before the forgotten thoughts, and the subtle influences that shaped events quietly yet profoundly, drawn by the faint, shifting glow emanating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the corridor behind him. But as he lingered, soft shapes began to shimmer within the glass. Faint images of past courtiers, advisors, and servants moved subtle gestures of courage, fleeting expressions of hope. and quiet acts of guidance long vanished from the palace's conscious memory. The mirror of veiled memories revealed that even forgotten moments carried enduring significance, shaping the delicate balance and harmony within the palace. He leaned closer, captivated by the interplay of shadow, light, and subtle motion. One reflection showed a queen discreetly guiding a young prince's hand during a pivotal moment, ensuring wisdom would prevail over haste. Another shimmer revealed a servant quietly arranging scrolls and letters, subtly preventing confusion that might have led to discord. The mirror displayed not just images, but the emotional echoes of decisions and actions, offering insight into the intricate web of influence, foresight, and care that maintained the palace across time. The chamber itself seemed to pulse softly with quiet energy. The mahogany frame, with its opal and moonstone inlays, scattered gentle patterns of light across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he observed the veiled memories, each shadow and fleeting gesture carrying deep significance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, observation, and appreciation for the subtle, often unseen forces that guided the kingdom. Hours passed unnoticed as he traced the edges of the frame, following the delicate movement of shadows and faint reflections. Every forgotten gesture, every small act of guidance, revealed how profoundly even subtle moments could influence the palace. The mirror of veiled memories preserved these delicate truths, patiently awaiting those willing to observe, reflect, and understand the lasting impact of subtle and hidden actions. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil silence. The veiled memories shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the hidden influence of forgotten moments and subtle guidance. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly, alive with the quiet power of unseen actions, gentle wisdom, and subtle influence. Solarian felt a profound sense of serenity, curiosity, and wonder, as if the palace itself were sharing its quiet, timeless lessons in observation, mindfulness, and the hidden threads of history. The palace was enveloped in a tranquil hush, the moonlight spilling softly through tall, arched windows and casting silver patterns across polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the northern wing, where the faint scent of cedar, jasmine, and candle wax mingled in the cool night air. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting distant landscapes, quiet councils, and subtle gestures of wisdom that had shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the end of the corridor, behind a carved screen of intertwined ivy and delicate silver leaves, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was made of polished ebony, with intricate strands of pearl and onyx embedded along its edges. This was the mirror of silent guidance, whispered to reveal the quiet influences, subtle counsel, and unseen nudges that had guided decisions and actions throughout the palace's history. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the faint glow emanating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the dim corridor behind him, but as he lingered, faint movements began to appear within the glass. Courtiers, advisors, and servants appeared in subtle gestures, a hand guiding a scroll toward the right person, a quiet nod of encouragement, a silent adjustment preventing a misstep. The mirror of silent guidance revealed the delicate threads of influence that shaped the palace from behind the scenes, showing that the kingdom's harmony often depended on these unseen gestures of wisdom and care. He leaned closer, captivated by the interplay of shadow, light, and subtle motion. One reflection revealed a young page quietly offering advice to a prince at a critical moment, shaping a decision without drawing attention. Another shimmer showed a noble guiding a conversation to prevent conflict. The mirror revealed that the quiet, patient acts of guidance often had far more influence than public displays or grand proclamations. The chamber seemed to hum softly with gentle energy. The ebony frame, with its pearl and onyx inlays, scattered subtle patterns of moonlight across the walls. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he followed each act of silent guidance, observing how patience, discretion, and subtle intention could steer the course of events. Each shadow and gesture carried significance, offering a lesson in mindfulness, observation, and the quiet power of influence. Hours passed unnoticed as he traced the frame, watching how the reflections shifted with each subtle action. Every small gesture, every quiet act of counsel reinforced the understanding that the palace thrived not on loud decisions alone, but on the continuous, unseen guidance that threaded through every moment. The mirror of silent guidance preserved these truths, patiently waiting for those willing to notice and reflect, offering serenity, curiosity, and quiet insight. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil stillness. The silent guidance shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle influence of quiet wisdom and unseen counsel. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with calm intention, discreet guidance, and gentle foresight, wrapping the night in a soothing, serene embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and quiet wonder, as if the palace itself were gently teaching him the enduring power of patience, observation, and thoughtful guidance. The palace night was wrapped in a serene, almost sacred stillness, King Solarian walked through the western wing where the faint aroma of cedarwood, jasmine, and candle wax blended with the cool, quiet night air. The walls were adorned with murals depicting moments of council, subtle negotiations, and fleeting acts of wisdom that had shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the end of the corridor, behind a carved screen of twisting vines and delicate silver crescents, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was carved from dark walnut, intricately inlaid with strands of moonstone that shimmered faintly in the soft moonlight. This was the mirror of fading whispers, said to reveal the soft, nearly forgotten voices of those who had quietly influenced events, the subtle murmurs of guidance, warning, and reassurance that lingered unseen in the palace halls. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the gentle glow emanating from the mirror. At first, it reflected only his figure and the quiet hallway behind him, but as he lingered, faint shadows and soft movements appeared within the glass. Courtiers, servants, and royal figures emerged in fleeting gestures, a noble whispering advice in the darkness. A chamberlain carefully arranging letters to prevent misunderstanding. A queen silently watching over a young prince's choice. The mirror of fading whispers revealed that even the quietest words and softest gestures could leave a lasting impact, echoing through the palace long after they were spoken. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the delicate interplay of shadow, light, and subtle motion. One reflection revealed a young knight quietly acknowledging a mentor's guidance, a small act that would shape future loyalty and courage. Another shimmer showed a servant discreetly guiding a minor event to prevent confusion. The mirror did not demand attention. It invited quiet observation, teaching Solarian the significance of subtle influence. The walnut frame, inlaid with moonstone, scattered delicate reflections across the stone walls, casting shimmering patterns that seemed almost alive. Solarian felt a calm fascination as he observed the fading whispers, each shadow and quiet gesture carrying profound significance. The mirror offered insight into patience, mindfulness, and the unseen impact of even the softest words and actions. Hours passed gently as he traced the edges of the frame, following the faint, flickering movements within the glass. Every whisper, every subtle act, revealed how deeply unnoticed gestures shaped the palace's rhythms, maintaining order, harmony, and insight. The mirror of fading whispers preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to pause, observe, and reflect on the subtle threads of influence woven into the kingdom's life. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its quiet vigil. The fading whispers shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, preserving the influence of subtle guidance and gentle advice. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with quiet wisdom, gentle foresight, and calm intention. Solarian felt a deep sense of tranquility, curiosity, and quiet wonder. The palace lay in serene stillness, moonlight spilling through the tall, arched windows, casting muted silver and blue patterns across the polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the eastern wing, where the air carried the faint scents of cedar, jasmine, and the delicate perfume of aged parchment. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting distant lands, quiet negotiations, and the subtle gestures of wisdom that had shaped the kingdom for centuries. At the end of a narrow corridor, behind a carved screen of intertwined silver vines and crescent moons, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from polished black marble, threaded with fine veins of shimmering sapphire and silver. This was the mirror of shifting realities, said to reveal not what was, but what could have been alternate paths, unseen choices, and the subtle variations of events that had quietly influenced the palace. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the faint, ethereal glow emanating from the frame. At first, it reflected only his figure and the quiet hallway behind him. But as he lingered, soft, undulating movements appeared within the glass. Shadows of courtiers, royal advisors, and servants moved through scenarios that had almost been the choices they had not made. The words left unsaid, the paths not taken. The mirror of shifting realities showed the delicate balance of possibility, illustrating how each decision, hesitation, or small gesture had the potential to reshape the flow of events. He leaned closer, captivated by the fluid dance of shadows and light. One reflection showed a young prince choosing to speak his thoughts during a council, leading to a subtly different outcome. Another shimmer revealed a servant acting differently in a minor task, which could have altered the course of a small but important event. The mirror did not dictate what was correct or wrong. It simply revealed the infinite possibilities shaped by choices, patience, and circumstance. The chamber seemed to pulse gently with quiet energy. The black marble frame, threaded with sapphire and silver, scattered faint, shimmering patterns across the stone floors. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he observed the shifting realities, each scenario unfolding with quiet grace. The mirror offered lessons in mindfulness, reflection, and understanding that every choice carries unseen weight, shaping both present and future in subtle ways. Hours passed gently as he followed the fluid movements of the shadows, noting how each decision, large or small, carried potential consequences that stretched quietly through the palace. The mirror of shifting realities preserved these delicate visions, patiently waiting for those willing to observe. reflect and consider the delicate interplay of choices, chance, and unseen influence. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its silent vigil. The shifting realities shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the hidden potential of countless decisions and paths not taken. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with quiet possibility, subtle wisdom, and gentle guidance, wrapping the night in a serene, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and gentle awe, as if the palace itself were inviting him to consider the delicate, hidden power of choice, reflection, and unseen potential. The palace lay in profound stillness, the gentle moonlight casting soft silver patterns across polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the southern wing, where the air was infused with the faint fragrance of cedar, jasmine, and the subtle musk of ancient parchment. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting quiet deliberations, minor acts of courage, and fleeting moments that had shaped the kingdom in unnoticed ways. At the end of the hallway, behind a carved screen of entwined roses and silver filigree, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from deep rosewood, inlaid with fragments of amber and moonstone that glimmered softly in the dim light. This was the mirror of forgotten paths, whispered to reveal the choices not taken, the roads abandoned, and the subtle consequences of paths left unexplored within the palace. Drawn by the faint, shifting glow of the frame, at first the mirror reflected only his figure and the quiet corridor behind him. But as he lingered, soft, delicate movements began to shimmer within the glass. Shadows of courtiers, royal advisors, and servants moved through scenarios that had almost unfolded the paths they had chosen not to take. The words left unspoken, the gestures abandoned. The mirror of forgotten paths revealed the subtle power of absence and choice, showing how even the roads not taken quietly shaped the palace's destiny. He leaned closer, captivated by the delicate interplay of shadow and light. One reflection revealed a young knight pausing, choosing not to intervene in a minor dispute, which later shifted the balance of loyalty and trust. Another shimmer showed a servant hesitating before offering guidance, a moment of restraint that quietly altered events in ways unseen. The mirror illustrated that absence, restraint, and careful consideration often influenced outcomes as profoundly as action. The chamber seemed to pulse softly with quiet energy. The rosewood frame, with its amber and moonstone inlays, scattered gentle patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a meditative calm as he observed the forgotten paths, each shadow and delicate gesture revealing the hidden weight of restraint decision, and reflection. The mirror offered lessons in mindfulness, foresight, and understanding that even in carefully considered carries profound influence. Hours passed as he traced the intricate frame, following the subtle, flowing movements of the reflections. Every abandoned path, every restraint, every moment of hesitation revealed the unseen threads that shaped the palace's life. The mirror of forgotten paths preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and appreciate the hidden influence of what might have been. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in its serene vigil. The forgotten paths shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, preserving the subtle impact of choices left unexplored and the quiet power of mindful restraint. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to hum softly with unseen wisdom, gentle foresight, and quiet guidance, wrapping the night in a calm, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of serenity, curiosity, and wonder, as if the palace itself were teaching him the enduring value of reflection, restraint, and the subtle threads woven by choices not taken. The palace was wrapped in deep tranquility, the moonlight spilling through tall, arched windows and casting soft, shimmering patterns across the polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the northern wing, where the air carried faint hints of cedarwood, jasmine, and the subtle aroma of aged parchment. The walls were lined with murals depicting quiet deliberations, secret councils, and understated acts of courage that had shaped the kingdom for centuries. At the end of the hallway, behind a carved screen of intertwined ivy and delicate silver threads, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from polished onyx, inlaid with strands of pearl and tiny fragments of sapphire that glimmered faintly. This was the mirror of silent reflections, whispered in palace lore to reveal the unspoken thoughts, quiet intentions, and subtle truths that influenced events without ever being voiced. Solarian approached carefully, drawn by the soft, pulsating glow emanating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the dim corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint shapes began to emerge within the glass. Courtiers, advisors, and servants appeared in quiet gestures, a noble silently reconsidering a plan, a queen quietly adjusting guidance for a young prince, a servant pausing in thought before acting. The mirror of silent reflections revealed the delicate power of unspoken intentions, showing how subtle, private considerations shaped the palace in ways unseen but deeply felt. He leaned closer, captivated by the gentle interplay of shadow, light, and muted movement. One reflection revealed a knight silently correcting a minor mistake, preventing confusion later without any acknowledgement. Another shimmer showed a chamberlain quietly offering counsel through subtle gestures, influencing events without fanfare. The mirror illustrated that the quiet reflections of thought, patience, and discretion often carried more weight than any spoken word or public action. The chamber seemed to resonate softly with a gentle energy. The onyx frame, with its pearl and sapphire inlays, scattered delicate patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a deep, meditative calm as he observed the silent reflections, each shadow and subtle gesture carrying quiet significance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, mindfulness, and the unseen influence of thought, highlighting the palace's intricate web of discretion and careful reflection. Hours passed gently as he traced the frame, following each subtle motion within the glass. Every silent act, unspoken thought, and restrained gesture revealed how profoundly unvoiced intentions could shape the palace's balance, harmony, and destiny. The mirror of silent reflections preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and understand the quiet influence of thought, discretion, and careful attention. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The silent reflections shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the unseen influence of unspoken truths and subtle intentions. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with quiet wisdom, gentle foresight, and serene guidance, wrapping the night in a calming, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of tranquility, curiosity, and wonder, as if the palace itself were softly sharing lessons in mindfulness, discretion, and the gentle power of silent reflection. The palace lay cloaked in serene quiet, the moonlight filtering softly through tall, arched windows and painting delicate silver patterns across polished stone floors. King Solarian walked through the eastern wing, where the air carried faint scents of cedar, jasmine, and the subtle aroma of aged parchment, blending into a soothing, contemplative atmosphere. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting distant lands, quiet councils, and the understated gestures of wisdom that had subtly shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the end of the corridor, behind a carved screen of intertwined silver vines and crescent moons, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had seen before. Its frame was crafted from polished dark walnut, threaded with fine veins of sapphire and delicate strands of pearl that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of whispered futures, whispered in palace lore to reveal glimpses of possibilities, subtle hints of what might come, and the quiet currents of destiny that flowed through the palace halls. Solarian approached cautiously, drawn by the soft, pulsing glow of the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the quiet hallway behind him. But as he lingered, faint, almost imperceptible movements began to ripple within the glass. Shadows of courtiers, servants, and advisors appeared in subtle, fleeting moments, a queen offering quiet guidance to a young prince, a servant pausing to adjust a letter that might later alter events, a knight hesitating before acting in a way that would influence future outcomes. The mirror of whispered futures revealed the delicate threads of possibility, illustrating how each small action, pause, or choice carried the potential to shape events yet to unfold. He leaned closer, captivated by the gentle interplay of shadow, light, and subtle motion. One reflection revealed a young page quietly observing a conversation, later providing information that would prevent confusion or conflict. Another shimmer showed a noble carefully weighing words before speaking, subtly shaping the future of negotiations and alliances. The mirror emphasized that destiny was not fixed. It flowed and shifted with every choice, hesitation, and quiet act of awareness. The chamber itself seemed to breathe softly with a meditative energy. The walnut frame, with its sapphire and pearl inlays, scattered, gentle, shimmering patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a calm, reflective stillness as he observed the whispered futures, each shadow and subtle gesture carrying quiet significance. The mirror offered lessons in foresight, mindfulness, and understanding that every action, no matter how small, rippled outward through time. Hours passed gently as he traced the edges of the frame, following the delicate movements of each reflection. Every subtle act, every quiet observation, revealed the unseen currents that shaped the palace's destiny, maintaining balance, harmony, and insight. The mirror of whispered futures preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and honor the gentle flow of possibility. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its quiet vigil. The whispered futures shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle influence of choices, foresight, and mindful observation. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with quiet wisdom, gentle guidance, and serene anticipation, wrapping the night in a soothing, relaxing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of calm, curiosity, and gentle awe, as if the palace itself were quietly sharing the enduring power of foresight, observation, and subtle, mindful influence. The palace lay in absolute stillness, the gentle glow of moonlight streaming through tall arched windows, casting silver patterns across the smooth stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the northern wing, where the faint aroma of cedarwood jasmine, and aged parchment blended into the serene night air. The walls were lined with murals depicting quiet councils, subtle acts of courage, and fleeting moments that had influenced the kingdom long ago. At the end of the corridor, behind a carved screen of entwined vines and delicate silver threads, its frame was crafted from deep onyx, embedded with tiny fragments of moonstone and sapphire that shimmered softly in the moonlight. This was the mirror of eternal echoes, said to reveal the enduring influence of actions, words, and thoughts that continued to resonate through the palace long after they were made. Solarian approached with cautious curiosity, drawn by the soft glow radiating from the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the hallway behind him, but as he lingered, subtle movements began to shimmer within the glass. Shadows of past courtiers, advisors, and servants appeared in delicate, fleeting gestures, a chamberlain carefully adjusting letters, a queen quietly guiding a young prince, a knight silently making a decision that would echo through time. The mirror of eternal echoes revealed the quiet persistence of influence, showing that even the smallest act could ripple through the palace and the kingdom, leaving enduring marks on its history. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of shadow and light. One reflection revealed a servant quietly mending a torn scroll. Another shimmer showed a noble subtly intervening in a minor dispute, quietly shaping alliances without fanfare. The mirror illustrated that the echoes of patience, wisdom, the onyx frame, inlaid with moonstone and sapphire, scattered delicate reflections across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a profound sense of meditative stillness as he observed the eternal echoes, each subtle gesture and quiet action resonating through time with quiet importance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, foresight, an appreciation for the unseen ripples that shape both the present and the future. Hours passed gently as he traced the edges of the frame, following each faint reflection. Every quiet act, every subtle decision revealed how deeply even unseen actions shaped the palace's life, maintaining harmony, wisdom, and foresight. The mirror of eternal echoes preserved these truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and understand the enduring impact of thoughtful, mindful actions. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its serene vigil. The eternal echoes shimmered faintly, patient and everlasting. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly, with quiet guidance, gentle foresight, and calm resilience, wrapping the night in a soothing, tranquil embrace. Solarian felt a deep sense of serenity, curiosity, and gentle wonder, as if the palace itself were quietly sharing its lessons on the enduring power of mindful actions and subtle influence. The palace was enveloped in a profound calm, the moonlight streaming softly through tall, arched windows, illuminating the polished stone floors in delicate silver patterns. King Solarian wandered through the western wing, where the faint scents of cedarwood. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting distant lands, quiet negotiations, and subtle acts of wisdom that had shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the far end of the hallway, behind a carved screen of intertwined ivy and silver threads, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was made of dark mahogany, inlaid with delicate fragments of amber and sapphire that shimmered faintly in the dim light. "This was the mirror of hidden legacies," whispered, "to reveal the subtle influences, long forgotten deeds, and enduring impacts of those who had quietly shaped the palace's history." Solarian approached with gentle curiosity, drawn by the faint, shifting glow of the frame. At first, the mirror reflected only his figure and the hallway behind him, but as he lingered, soft movements began to ripple within the glass. Shadows of past courtiers, servants, and royal figures appeared in fleeting gestures, a chamberlain carefully preserving a critical document, a queen subtly influencing a young prince's education, a knight quietly ensuring a minor detail of strategy would succeed. The mirror of hidden legacies revealed how even the quietest actions left enduring marks on the palace and the kingdom, shaping its future in ways often unnoticed. He leaned closer, fascinated by the interplay of shadow and light. One reflection showed a servant discreetly preserving a forgotten heirloom, ensuring its survival for generations. Another shimmer revealed a noble quietly mentoring a young advisor, an act that would quietly ripple through decisions made long afterward. The mirror illustrated that legacy was not always visible in grand gestures. It often resided in quiet, patient acts that left lasting impressions over time. The chamber seemed to hum softly with gentle energy. The mahogany frame, with its amber and sapphire inlays, scattered faint, shimmering patterns across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm and reflection as he observed the hidden legacies, each shadow and subtle gesture carrying profound significance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, mindfulness, and the enduring influence of quiet, thoughtful action, revealing that history often remembers what is preserved, guided, and nurtured in silence. Hours passed gently as he traced the edges of the frame, following the subtle, flowing movements of each reflection. Every quiet act, every patient decision revealed the hidden threads that maintained the palace's harmony, wisdom, and foresight. The mirror of hidden legacies preserved these delicate truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and understand the enduring power of subtle influence. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil silence. The hidden legacies shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle impact of quiet wisdom, thoughtful acts, and enduring guidance. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly, with unseen insight, gentle foresight, and serene wisdom, wrapping the night in a calm, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of curiosity, serenity, and quiet wonder, as if the palace itself were gently sharing its lessons on the lasting power of thoughtful, patient influence. The palace rested in a gentle, serene silence, the moonlight spilling softly through the tall, arched windows, scattering silver patterns across the smooth stone floors. Jasmine and the delicate aroma of old parchment. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting quiet acts of courage, subtle negotiations, and fleeting moments that had quietly shaped the kingdom over centuries. At the far end of the corridor, behind a carved screen of entwined silver vines and delicate crescent moons, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had encountered. Its frame was crafted from deep ebony, intricately inlaid with strands of moonstone and tiny fragments of sapphire that shimmered faintly in the dim light. This was the mirror of forgotten whispers, whispered in palace lore to reveal the faintest echoes of secrets, unspoken words, and subtle influences that had long been forgotten but continued to ripple through the halls of the kingdom. Solarian approached slowly, drawn by the faint, pulsing glow of the mirror. At first, it reflected only his figure and the quiet corridor behind him. But as he lingered, faint, delicate movements began to shimmer within the glass. Shadows of past courtiers, servants, and royal figures appeared in subtle gestures. A chamberlain quietly adjusting letters, a queen softly guiding a young prince's hand, a knight silently correcting a minor mistake. The mirror of forgotten whispers revealed how even the faintest, quietest actions, those often unnoticed, could leave a lasting imprint, shaping the palace and its legacy over time. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of light and shadow. One reflection revealed a servant discreetly preserving a fragile scroll, a gesture that would later prevent miscommunication among the royal advisors. Another shimmer showed a noble quietly mentoring a young page, planting seeds of wisdom that would grow slowly over the years. The mirror illustrated that even the smallest whisper of guidance, though unseen, could profoundly influence events, decisions, and relationships within the palace. The chamber seemed alive with a soft, meditative energy. The ebony frame, with its moonstone and sapphire inlays, scattered delicate reflections across the walls and floors. Solarian felt a deep sense of calm and reflection as he observed the forgotten whispers, each subtle gesture and quiet act carrying profound significance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, mindfulness, and understanding that influence often resides not in grandeur but in the quiet, persistent acts of care and foresight. Hours passed gently as he traced the frame, observing the faint, fleeting movements within the glass. Every subtle act, every unspoken word, revealed the intricate threads that had maintained the palace's harmony, wisdom, and foresight across generations. The mirror of forgotten whispers preserved these delicate truths, patiently awaiting those willing to observe, reflect, and appreciate the quiet, unseen influences that shaped the kingdom. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror in tranquil silence. The forgotten whispers shimmered faintly, patient and eternal, preserving the subtle impact of quiet guidance, unspoken wisdom, and thoughtful actions. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with unseen insight, gentle foresight, and serene wisdom, wrapping the night in a calm, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of serenity, curiosity, and quiet wonder, as if the palace itself were softly teaching the enduring power of subtle, patient influence. The palace rested in a deep, tranquil silence, moonlight spilling through tall, arched windows and casting delicate silver patterns across the polished stone floors. King Solarian wandered through the heart of the palace, where the air carried faint scents of cedarwood, jasmine, and the subtle perfume of aged parchment. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting centuries of quiet acts of wisdom, subtle negotiations, and fleeting gestures that had shaped the kingdom in unseen ways. At the very center of the royal hall, behind a grand screen of entwined silver and gold filigree, stood a mirror unlike any Solarian had ever beheld. Its frame was carved from rare obsidian, embedded with fragments of diamond, sapphire, and moonstone that shimmered softly, as if holding the light of 1,000 nights. This was the mirror of eternal secrets, whispered to reveal the ultimate truths, the hidden forces, and the timeless wisdom that governed the palace across generations. Solarian approached with awe, drawn by the gentle, ethereal glow radiating from the frame. At first, it reflected only his figure and the vast, silent hall behind him. But as he lingered, a cascade of shifting images appeared within the glass shadows of courtiers, servants, and royal figures, all engaged in quiet acts, subtle gestures, and moments of foresight that had shaped the palace's destiny. Unlike the previous mirrors, this one revealed a profound interconnectedness. Every choice, every whisper, every silent act, and every forgotten gesture intertwined to form the living memory of the kingdom. He leaned closer, mesmerized by the interplay of shadow, light, and subtle movement. One reflection showed a queen delicately guiding a young prince's decision, which later influenced the kingdom's harmony. Another shimmer revealed a servant's unseen intervention, preventing confusion and preserving trust between advisors. The mirror illustrated the delicate balance of influence, showing how even the smallest actions carried immense power when woven together over time. The chamber seemed alive with soft, meditative energy. The obsidian frame, embedded with diamond, sapphire, and moonstone, scattered gentle, flickering light across the hall. Solarian felt a profound serenity as he observed the eternal secrets. Each subtle act, whispered word, and restrained gesture carrying timeless significance. The mirror offered lessons in patience, mindfulness, foresight, and understanding, revealing that the palace's true strength lay in the quiet, persistent, and interconnected acts of all who had walked its halls. Hours passed gently as he traced the edges of the frame, following the flowing movements of each reflection. Every subtle act, every patient decision, every unspoken intention revealed the intricate web of influence that maintained the palace's harmony, wisdom, and enduring legacy. The mirror of eternal secrets preserved these truths, patiently waiting for those willing to observe, reflect, and honor the quiet power of connection, foresight, and subtle guidance. Finally, Solarian stepped back, leaving the mirror to its timeless vigil. The eternal secrets shimmered faintly, patient and enduring, preserving the subtle influence of countless unseen acts, whispered truths, and careful decisions. As he walked down the corridor, the palace seemed to breathe softly with wisdom, serenity, and gentle foresight, wrapping the night in a calm, soothing embrace. Solarian felt a profound sense of wonder, tranquility, and quiet awe, as if the palace itself were whispering its timeless secrets, teaching him the enduring power of subtlety, observation, and interconnected influence. In that moment, he realized that the palace was not merely stone and wood, but a living repository of wisdom, memory, and gentle guidance, a sanctuary of timeless calm, ready to lull anyone who wandered its halls into serenity, reflection, and peaceful sleep.